Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Tom Slays. How are y'all doing, man? It is a fine Monday evening. I hope we're well, hope we're chilling. Today is July 31st of 2023, so this is not the first show of August yet, but it might as well be, to be honest with you. But pretty stacked show this week. Reactions and reviews. Uh, um, a couple of really good discussion segments. I was kind of deciding on what we're gonna dive into on the show this week, as far as things that we kind of want to touch on, and I definitely have a more laid back topic this week. But yeah, so lots of stuff to dive into. Let's fucking get it. Ghost, what's good? I hope you're well, homie. Welcome on in. Happy motherfucking Monday. So let's start off with some weekly recap stuff. Let's go over the last week or so, because like I said, today is July 31st. Monday, of course. Episode 131 of the Music Mondays podcast is available on all platforms, including our YouTube channel and all audio platforms. Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, all that good stuff. You can find us pretty much everywhere, and huge shout out to everybody that is taking us on the go as well. You guys are amazing. I slowly see our Spotify numbers creeping up, to be honest with you. So huge shout out to all you guys that are coming through and listening to the Music Mondays podcast wherever you are. And of course, huge shout out to everybody that watches the YouTube version as well. You guys are awesome. So if you missed episode 131, huge shout out to all those artists that submitted. Huge shout out to everybody that came through and showed love. But definitely go check out 131 if you missed it. So that takes us to about Thursday. And we dropped a brand new Music Mondays upload on our YouTube channel, where I previewed the rest of the summer events of this year. So if you missed that last week, that's on the channel as well. Just an exclusive segment, like we always do. The summer 2023 preview is where I pretty much discussed Cyberfest stuff. In case you missed it monthly, upcoming YouTube segments, staff plans, a whole lot of really, really good stuff. So definitely go check out our YouTube channel. And before I fucking continue, man, we finally hit 190. I think we're at like 191 or something like that. So let's fucking go. Holy shit. So now the home stretch to 200 begins. So you guys know I'm gonna be plugging at pretty much throughout the whole show. So again, huge shout out to everybody that's been subs to the Music Mondays channel, and huge shout out to everybody that is also supporting our drops. And of course, the summer 2023 preview is available right now on the channel. Finally, man, we finally hit the big 190. I think we're at like 191 or like 192 or some shit like that, but fuck. Woo, yeah, no, literally, like, let's fucking go. Jesus. Realistically though, like, there's a couple of reasons why it took longer than it needed to, but then again, YouTube is like a steady growth kind of game, you know what I mean? So for the kind of content that we do on YouTube, hitting 200 in like a year is really good. You know what I mean? Because I think we uploaded like almost 200 videos. We upload 2 times a week, literally. So we do put in work towards the YouTube channel. So definitely go check out the channel and show that some love, because let's get it, baby. But yeah, we definitely have been putting in a lot of work, man. We definitely have been putting a lot of fucking work. That's for sure. So that's available. Underground Classics Volume 10 is available on our SoundCloud right now, and that was curated by Aster and Arctic. Aster is our Music Mondays staff designer, and Arctic is our Music Mondays staff writer. And for those of you that don't know, Underground Classics is our monthly playlist, sort of similar to SoundCloud Sunday, but not really. Underground Classics is a playlist to essentially remind everybody about pretty much what it says, Underground Classics. There's a reason why underground music is where it's at today. There's also a reason why a lot of us have the opportunities that we do have today. So this playlist was created just out of respect for a lot of people that opened the doors for a lot of us. And just to remind people of, you know, some of their favorite tracks that may have introduced them to the underground scene, underground music in general. And these playlists are exclusively curated by staff members only. So this isn't some kind of like open playlist, nothing like that. It really just tracks that the staff themselves perceive as underground classics, things that got them into the scene as well. Um, so yeah, this was half curated by Aster and Arctic of the Music Monday staff team. So definitely go show them some love and definitely check out volume 10. Underground Classics is definitely one of my favorites, to be honest with you. 10 volumes, and like I feel like we could do another 100 just based off of like every time I go to look for tracks, there's always like so much more than I remember. So that's kind of one of those things where Underground Classics is really going to be a staple. Definitely a staple for sure. Yeah, definitely go check out Underground Classics Volume 10. A brand new article is live on the Music Mondays homepage by yours truly, Zom Slays. I interviewed a artist that you guys are probably familiar with here on the show if you've been catching a lot of recent episodes. An artist by the name of Hi Braden, a very young and up and coming vocalist that is extremely fucking talented. And man, this is another one for the resume, to be honest with you. I'm closing in on 100 written pieces over the course of like 3 years or so. Nah, probably longer, to be honest with you. Yeah, quite a while. But this was like sometimes artists come across our radar that are just super special, and this is definitely a piece you need to go check out because this is obviously an artist that you'll see on your radar relatively soon. But this is one that is kind of eye-opening for the younger generation. This is definitely a younger kind of artist that has their head on straight, right? Definitely an artist that is very well spoken for their age, and I was super impressed. I was really impressed. So definitely go check that out on the Music Mondays homepage on musicmondays.com. And huge shout out to Braden. And then following that, we actually dropped an exclusive from Braden on the Music Monday SoundCloud. Available only on our SoundCloud. I'm sure you can find it on streaming services and whatnot, but if you want to listen to it on SoundCloud, you can only find that on our homepage, Music Mondays. So huge shout out to Braden for letting us host a brand new SoundCloud exclusive, and definitely go check that out if you haven't heard it already. It's titled Opstopper, and definitely like shows Braden's versatility for sure. So definitely go run that up if you haven't already. Braden makes some dope stuff for sure. I completely agree. One of those artists that really it's like their ceiling is so high. So I definitely am excited to see them develop and really like really push their boundaries, to be honest with you. So huge shout out to Braden. And definitely go check out our brand new interview and Braden's brand new exclusive on the Music Mondays SoundCloud. So I like shit. We dropped like so much content this week, so we got a couple more things to go over, man. So Underground Classics Volume 10 is available right now. 2 brand new YouTube uploads, episode 131 and the summer 2023 preview. And the monthly Volume 3, hosted by Depressed, our Music Monday staff curator, is available on our SoundCloud right now. That is our monthly playlist exclusively curated by Depressed. Depressed is one of our more intricate curators. Definitely a crucial part of Music Mondays, but when it comes to curating, there's not many curators I've met that really have the passion for finding new music than Depressed does, to be honest with you. Because I've been doing this for so long, so like that like comes with the territory for me. But to see it in somebody else, Depressed really hones in and really like doesn't leave any stone unturned, like at all. So yeah, huge shout out to Depressed. And again, this is exclusively a Depressed curated playlist. So if you're interested in getting involved on the monthly, definitely hit up Depressed and see how you can pitch your tracks to him. But yeah, the monthly Volume 3 is available right now. Again, that's just a Music Mondays exclusive on our SoundCloud, hosted every month, again, by Depressed. But you can definitely pitch your tracks to Depressed as well if you're interested in that. But that's more of an exclusive one as well. So huge shout out to Deep Press. We actually announced a new Music Mondays staff member. We brought on Jaded to the Music Mondays writing team. So now I think we're about like 7 writers deep. I think half the staff team is writers at this point. So huge shout out to the Music Mondays staff team. And welcome Jaded to the Music Mondays writing team. You'll definitely see their first piece within the next month or so. And this is obviously a person that's I've been scouting for quite a while, but this is also a person that is super passionate about not only Music Mondays, but the underground scene in general. So I'm really excited to have Jaded on board for a few reasons, but this is a person that's genuinely excited to be involved with our platform. So again, huge shout out to Jaded, and I'm definitely really excited to show you guys what we have in store. So keep your eyes peeled for some Jaded content. And if you see him around, show him some love. So, man, oh man, oh man, that takes us all the way to Sunday, chat. So we really dropped, like, a whole shitload of stuff this week, I'm not gonna lie to you. So yeah. Again, takes us all the way to Sunday, and that means SoundCloud Sunday is live. So, SoundCloud Sunday Volume 93 is available on our SoundCloud right now. That was curated by me and Music Monday staff curator Deeprest. Again, huge shout out to Deeprest for curating that with me. And we had Con Binny on art, our Music Monday staff designer. So huge shout out to Con Binny. Yeah, man, SoundCloud Sunday again continues to be the staple for pretty much any SoundCloud playlist outside of what SoundCloud like does on their own. So huge shout out to you guys for supporting the playlist, and it took a while for the playlist to gain like this much respect, but I'm just always super excited to really talk about it, and it's something that I myself personally have worked pretty hard on as far as like the concept goes and things like that. That's why it's kind of like been the same for so long, is because people enjoy how we do SoundCloud Sunday. And the residuals are actually like really solid. Like like I always see people's plays go up through SoundCloud Sunday, even if it's just something like super minor. You know what I mean? So that organic engagement is really what we're all about, and really the point of SoundCloud Sunday. And then again, on top of it, the thing with SoundCloud Sunday is it's not only meant for artists to listen to, but it's also meant for you know, people outside of the music scene, right? Because like to us, it always seems like, you know, there's so many artists and there's so many this and there's so many that. But in reality, there's like a whole population of people that have no idea that like underground music exists. They don't know that there's such thing as like a bedroom artist. You know what I mean? And SoundCloud Sunday is really like the perfect starting point for things like that. And man, it's just really something that I was really like happy to see grow. But at the same time, it still has a long way to go, because I really want this playlist to continue to reach new ears, right? I want this playlist to kind of really push the limits of who we bring underground music to, right? Because like it's not only for like, you know, the artists, like I said, but it's for everybody. So definitely share the playlist with your friends if you ever get slotted. Share the playlist just in general, you know what I mean? We want more people involved with SoundCloud Sunday. And of course, submissions open every Wednesday on our socials. So make sure you follow us wherever you use social media. Twitter, Instagram, Threads, Facebook, TikTok, Tumblr, YouTube. Literally, you name it, we're there. So definitely also join our Discord as well, because a lot of our latest information is available there. But yeah, submissions open every Wednesday. So make sure you're following us pretty much anywhere, and you'll be the first to know. So that pretty much takes us to Monday. Here we are, July 31st, man. That was your weekly recap. We put out a pretty decent size of content, but this upcoming week, we have a whole lot more coming, to be honest with you. Because we have a lot of things that we need to pretty much tie up from July. There's a couple of loose ends. But this week, absolutely expect, in case you missed it, monthly, the May 2023 edition. Expect that to go up on our website, as well as all of our socials. That's more so of our visual/written segment. So it's mostly a written segment, but it's also in graphic form, as to where it's a lot easier for social media users to kind of gravitate towards it and really get interested in it. But essentially, what In Case You Missed It Monthly is again, um, it's pretty much in the title. Once a month, we'll be compiling a list of each month's drops that you might have missed, right? Because the point of the whole thing was music and media just moves so fast these days that sometimes things go overlooked, sometimes things get missed. So, In Case You Missed It Monthly is really the good roundup of a bunch of drops that you, as a listener or you as an artist, might have missed. So, again, definitely go check out our past versions. And if you're ever interested in that, send us an email or a DM. Yeah, lots coming. Lots coming in regards to just that alone, because we still have the July edition being worked on and the June edition being worked on. So expect a couple of those to roll out relatively soon. And then I have a lot of plans for Workshop Wednesday and Feature Friday. I'm just working out a few dates with a couple of artists. I definitely really want to get those done and out the way for sure, especially for August. So look out for brand new episodes of those as well. And then, of course, I'll be dealing with a lot of Cyberfest stuff on the back end. I'll be considering pretty much the whole community. Then I'll be reaching out to some people personally. I'll have the staff reach out to some people personally. So yeah, lots of moving parts right now for Music Mondays, but our usual monthly and weekly content will stay the same. So again, if you're not following us on socials to stay up to date, make sure you do so, because there's a lot that we post every day. So make sure you keep up, man. Make sure you keep up. So outside of that, that's what's coming this week strictly. And then two things before we move on to a little bit of a discussion, and then we'll hop into some reactions. SoundCloud exclusives. So we are on the hunt for exclusive unreleased SoundCloud tracks to host on our SoundCloud account. We are definitely interested in not only building an archive, but just also building a library of artists that we can promote over on our SoundCloud. So if you have an unreleased track that you're interested in getting Music Mondays to host and promote on all of our socials for free, definitely reach out to us. Send Music Mondays a DM, an email, send me a DM or email, anything like that, and we'll definitely be happy to have a conversation with you. Just make sure the track is unreleased, and we only want the SoundCloud version. Feel free to distribute to any other stores, throw it up on YouTube, do whatever you want to do, but we're just interested in hosting and promoting the SoundCloud version. And then, of course, if you're interested in getting a music video or a visual hosted on our YouTube channel with almost 200 subscribers for free, definitely let us know, because we're also interested in that as well. So yeah, that door is always open, and I definitely always got to remind you guys each week about that. So outside of that, we are on the hunt for exclusives, but Music Mondays is recruiting. I'm in talks with a couple of people right now through email and DMs for potential spots on the Music Mondays team. So if you're interested in joining the staff team, feel free to, again, send us your pitch or resume. Resume is definitely preferred, but not required. You don't need a resume if you're interested in learning the ropes. We are definitely happy to teach new and passionate people about the scene. The Music Monday staff team is composed of about 14 people now. Just about which I think about half are writers. And then yeah, we are on the hunt again for pretty much all roles. We are looking for writers, journalists, graphic designers, curators, content creators, anybody who wants to do short form or long form media for Music Mondays, things like that. And of course, many of you know we are very early in monetization for the platform. So everything that we do make for Music Mondays as far as revenue goes directly back into the platform. Things like SoundCloud Pro, website hosting, so many other small things that we, just have to do to keep the brand up and running. So again, we are very early in that aspect. So just keep that in mind. This is very much a long-term project. So with that said, again, if that interests you and you want to join a very passionate team of creatives and maybe get your feet wet in underground media and really do the right thing for the underground scene, definitely hit us up and let us know if you're interested for sure. Again, we are interested in writers, journalists, curators, designers, content creators, anybody who wants to do YouTube or short form content, YouTube Shorts, TikTok, things like that. Definitely let us know, and we'll be happy to have that conversation with you as well. So yeah, that takes us to pretty much today, man. That's what's upcoming. That's what we have going on, and that was your weekly recap. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled, and of course, make sure you're following us on socials, man, because there's a lot going on and a lot coming out. That's for sure. SoundCloud Sunday always has bangers. Indeed, it does. It ain't even Twitter anymore. Shit makes me sad as fuck. It's such a like long-winded topic for me, right? Because you know, we've been doing a lot of media work over on Twitter for quite a while for the underground scene, whether it be through Music Mondays or another platform, UVC, 29 Club, all the platforms that I've been associated with. Yeah, it's definitely a bittersweet thing. I started to kind of accept the fact that things are changing quite a while ago, but you always hope for the best but expect the worst. But I mean, we're still backed in a corner, regardless of kind of like what you want to call Twitter, right? Because Threads is still not yet in a fucking place where anybody can really do anything over there yet. Mainly the lack of a search function and a desktop version is really holding that platform back from a lot of creators fully making the switch. And even then, I don't think people will fully make the switch, just because there's still a large population of like niche communities on Twitter, right? You're talking about video games, you're talking about music, you're talking about graphics, you're talking about fucking comic book stuff. Like there's so many like small, even sports, you know what I mean? Like there are so many like smaller communities, right, that have large like user bases over on Twitter. So it's going to be quite a while for everybody like fully like integrates both into their content schedules, especially with like the lack of tools. So again, back to the point, we're pretty much cornered in an unfortunate way, right? Because curating and content creation and growing is still pretty hard on something like Threads. So Twitter is still the go-to as far as accessibility, right? You know, because Music Mondays and a lot of those niche communities that I mentioned provide very safe and positive platforms for a lot of people. And that's the thing that I'm mostly interested in as far as that goes, right? But outside of that, like, it kind of is what it is right now. You know what I mean? Kind of like a wait and see game. So eventually we'll see how it goes. But I've definitely come up with a couple of potential formats for Threads, and I'm still waiting to see how I want to integrate them into our content schedule at Music Mondays. So there'll be a lot of like really cool stuff coming as far as social media goes and kind of the future and whatnot. But of course, you can always count on Music Mondays to be your home of the underground, if you will, right? We're not going anywhere. Regardless of whether billionaires want to fucking fuck around with a bunch of bullshit that has nothing to do with anything, we'll still be here. And Music Mondays definitely has your back. So don't fret when it comes to that, for sure. But yeah, so that's definitely a topic I can see myself probably expanding upon at a later date, just because Threads is going to continue to update, and it was definitely like an interesting talking point for a lot of people, and we've touched on, you know, social media ethics and Threads and so many other things in the Music Mondays YouTube channel, but I don't really want to like kill the topic. So we'll definitely come back to that for sure. But so that's that. The community won't let Music Mondays die. And the only good thing about Mondays, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You get it. You definitely get it. That was the idea, right? Because Mondays are shit. You know what I mean? For most people. But if you can look forward to like a late night kind of like nighttime show that you could put on that's like not super high energy, but also has like a lot of energy, you can always throw on the show. You know what I mean? And then of course we bring it to audio platforms during the week. It drops on YouTube during the weekend. So you pretty much have access to pretty much everything. So yeah, no, you're right. And that was always like the original goal is to give people like something to not like look forward to on a Monday, but at least do on a Monday. That's not like insane. You know what I mean? Because start of a new week, etc., etc. So yeah, no, it's a great point. Um, so we do have one discussion segment that I really came up with um earlier today, actually, because of course I have a bunch of things that I have planned to talk about during the show, but this was one I had written down quite a while ago, and this is kind of interesting because it's more like of a lighthearted topic compared to like what we've always been talking about here in the show, so it's kind of funny. But yeah, let's get into it. So again, more of a lighthearted topic, and what we're going to talk about today before we get into some reactions and reviews is your main project versus your side project. What do I mean by that? Well, I find it more and more common these days, especially in the underground scene. People want to make a bunch of like side personalities. They want to make a bunch of kind of like alternate egos or like kind of like side accounts, right? Like some people will have like a main account, and then they'll have like a secret account that they drop like different music on, or it's under like a different name but it's just like unreleased, or like some like b-side shit, right? So we're gonna break that down, and we're gonna talk a little bit about that, because I definitely think that's something that I'd like to get the community's opinion on, but also it's not something that's like super strict. I definitely think there's some positives and negatives with something like this, but yeah, let's talk about it. So when you have a main project, right? Say we have Johnny Backwood, just for kind of a random name to throw out there. And Johnny Backwood, right, is a vocalist. He's a rapper. He does whatever, but he also wants to make like super different rock punk music. But he doesn't want to do it under Johnny Backwood. He wants to do it under, you know, another name. So, there comes the dilemma of what do I do? You know what I mean? I find that people end up at that crossroad quite a lot, to be honest with you. Um, Mostly due to like how they want themselves to look like on the outside, and like their like perception of people, and like what people think of them. So, for instance, like early on in your career, and this is going to be some real fucking sauce. This is definitely something you definitely don't want to skip over, especially if you're watching this on YouTube. So early on in your career, right? And let me preface this by saying that everybody's different, and everybody kind of has like a different journey when it comes to creativity, and everybody's kind of goals aren't the same either. Like not everybody wants to make a name for themselves. Some people just like making art and keeping it for themselves. That really isn't for those people. This is for the people that kind of want to build a name for themselves, want to start paying their bills for music, and want to actually develop a brand. Well, you know, you got to ask yourself a couple questions when you run into that dilemma, because you're so early on in your career, right? Especially like I hate to use like followers and listeners as like a metric, but that's really what they are. Like it's not really a self-worth thing. It's really just a metric to be able to tell you like where you're at in, a certain point in your career. So for instance, if you're under like 10K on Instagram and you're under 100K on Spotify, you shouldn't really be so hard on yourself in terms of sound. And what do I mean by that? I don't think that you need to like completely separate brands just because you drop like a different style of music. But when you kind of go ahead and drop so much music as one name, and then you switch over to another name and you drop a different style, and then you promote it like publicly, it's just like, oh, me and so dropped a song over here on this account. Like that, like a lot of those uh like cross pollination listeners don't really transfer over if you don't have that big of an audience yet. You know what I mean? Like you really want to have a decent audience to be able to even, drag some people over to your new project. And even then, I think that's still pretty risky because you're taking away from your current journey as your main artist. So, how do you kind of get around that, right? Especially early on as an artist, because like you don't want to like send people 50 different directions to find certain, genres of music. You really don't. Like because you want to grow under one name because it's easier to manage as you get more and more engagement, right? So like say your main project, starts getting a lot of traction, your side project is going to fall off either way. And it's never going to really like kind of like be where you wanted it to be, and you probably should have just dropped those fucking songs on your main account anyway. So like again, that raises the question like how do you get around something like that? Well, there's realistically two answers. There's realistically two fucking answers. And the first one is pretty simple. It's just don't fucking do that. You know what I mean? Like keep all of your main shit like on your main account. Like you don't necessarily need to like be afraid that people are going to like not like one style and then enjoy another style. Like a lot of the artists that I manage like dive into other styles or have done other styles in the past for so many other reasons to push their ceiling, to push their skill set, versatility, etc., etc. Sometimes they're in, different stages of their life. Doesn't necessarily mean you need to come up with a whole new aesthetic and brand because, you make a slightly different style or a slightly different style of any kind of music, realistically. So for one, it's simple, don't do it. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to like separate your listeners like that so early on. You don't want to make people have to dive in. You know what I mean? You don't want to have to make people fucking like search so far for a certain song or this, that, and a third, especially so early on. Like that's why you see bigger names, become looser and looser with how they promote, is because they know that their supporters are going to eat it up, right? But early on, you care about that. You need to be in people's faces. You know what I mean? You're not, fucking this person, that person who can go pack out a venue and go sell, a decent amount on a new project. You're just not. But you want to get there. So it's like, don't separate your listeners and your supporters like that. Don't make people chase you for music. And I think that's what a lot of people kind of do in good faith. Because I think the idea is great. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. It's not a wrong thing to do. I just think people don't consider the fact that, like, if you have 10 listeners and then maybe 5 drop off to this other project, you're kind of spreading people out. Don't make people go left and right. Make people go one fucking place. You know what I mean? One place and that's it. Just so you're guaranteed to have, like, a good, strong hold on your engagement and you can trust, like, how things are supposed to go for you. And I just think early on it's very important to kind of stick to like one platform unless it's like something completely different. You know what I mean? Like starting a band and then being a rapper is a case for that. I think like a lot of rappers can get away with like going, doing some band shit because that's far enough apart as to where you're going to be getting two different audiences anyway. But if you're like an alt pop artist or a rapper and then you go and do like maybe some like heavier shit and you make like a side account for it, I don't think that's necessarily beneficial so early on. You have to like launch that at a certain time for it to actually work. But that leads me to my second point as to where there's been like really good cases of like that being successful in the aspect of people not promoting it. So for instance, I know a couple people that are still not connected to their like side accounts or alter egos. You know what I mean? I think that's really important. And I think where people go wrong is say like Johnny Backwood comes back and says, "Yo, I'm promoting, my other page for, some more hardcore like scream horror rap shit instead of like my trap rap shit." I think that's a bad idea because like you're going to get the same listeners anyway. You know what I mean? Like that's essentially again splitting the audience in half and that's what you don't want to do. But if you just put that music out, right? And you just kind of like not promote it and you just silent drop and like say you make all new socials you don't like associate with your main account, I think that's how you could really like stir the pot and really like get yourself like another experiment or another project going, right? Like that's really how you could get involved with like a side and a main project, but you just can't tell anybody about it. And I think most people are just so excited to like promote music that they just can't keep their mouth shut anyways. So I mean that's fair. You know what I mean? Like everybody's excited to put out music and promote it, and they're on their main account and they're like, yo, go check out my side project. And it's just spreading people away from what you're already doing, and you could have realistically put it under your name and it probably would have done just as well, if not better. So yeah, there's pretty much two answers to that. You know what I mean? That I've seen personally. Like what I just spoke on are only things that I've seen work or fail. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm never gonna speak on shit as to where it's like definite. This is like fucking. Uh, this is law. You can't do that. Like nah. Like most of this shit in music and creativity, there are no rules. There's just ways to help you achieve what you're trying to achieve. You see what I'm saying? So again, no rules, but if you're like, I want to do X, Y, or Z, there's plenty of ways to help you do X, Y, or Z, but it doesn't mean that like if you go against the grain a little bit, that it's gonna be wrong. Because a lot of people will fucking lead you to believe that shit, or this is how I did it and it's gonna work, and nah, bro, nah, it's not fucking like that. So again, that's why I preface that by saying everybody's different. So like you don't necessarily need to like um take that advice with like every word strictly, but again, just consider that when you're at a crossroad one day, or somebody comes across this upload or this video and they're like, yo, uh maybe I should just drop this under my main account rather than try to make like a whole other side project and overwhelm myself and let the account die. And then like, because like usually you'll just see people end up with some like half-ass promotion in a dead account. Whereas, like, if you just treated it like an archive or like a secret account and nobody knew about it, and it just like gathered like organic listeners and supporters like naturally, I think that's way more beneficial for you. And there's like less pressure. You know what I mean? There's a lot less pressure. So again, two angles to consider there, but I don't think one or the other is completely wrong. I just think people fail to consider them at all, which I don't think is a bad thing either. You know what I mean? And again, like I said from the start, if music or creativity is like just your hobby, then that's not like for you. You know what I mean? Those are some tips for the people that actually like are trying to push for something greater. You know what I mean? Like for sure. I love when people change it up and watch something. Yeah, exactly. If people want to listen to a specific type of music from you, they'll listen to it. If they don't like the other shit, they just won't listen. Exactly. Spin facts. Yep. The uniqueness in everyone's comes. Yeah, exactly. And like, if you're trying to follow like a blueprint, like you're getting no like passion out of that. There's no dopamine. Like none of it. Like it takes like the greatness out of it. Because people ask me all the time, Zom, how the fuck you been doing this for so long? How do you fucking run social media the way you do, and drop music and write articles and do podcasts and this and this? And it's just like the answer is very simple. It's my passion. You know what I mean? Like I always think back to the very first time I created a beat and picked a cover and posted it online to like 500 people. You know what I mean? Like it was a long journey to get to where I'm at now. So it's like, you have to stick with that passion, and the main way to do that is to like follow your heart. And it's not the like cliche follow your heart. It's just do what's right, but also do your research and like think about it for a little bit. You know what I mean? And then of course like ask your peers. You know what I mean? Ask people like the Music Monday staff. Ask me. Ask fucking your artist friend who has a big audience. You know what I mean? There's plenty of resources around and plenty of people that will help you. As like intimidating as this space kind of seems, and like as like gatekeepy as a lot of people may seem, a lot of people are very willing to help you. Very willing to help you for sure. So very important, man. Very, very important to just kind of consider shit like that. But again, that's a very like fun topic that I wanted to really go over with you guys. So yeah, that'll definitely be on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. Definitely drop a like, subscribe, and let us know in the comments what you think about side projects and main projects. Do you think they're a good idea? Do you have one? Do you not give a fuck? You know what I mean? Do you hate this video? Let us know in the fucking comments, man. And yeah, that's that on that. So again, kind of a more lighthearted project or topic, but you know, something that I thought was like super beneficial because you don't see a lot of people really talking about that. You know what I mean? Like, because again, it's not that serious, so that's why a lot of people don't talk about it. You know what I mean? So it's like not like that big of a deal if you know somebody makes a bunch of side projects. You know what I mean? It's like who cares? So, but that's just my 2 cents on it, and that's really like you know my experience with it and my mutual people's experience with it, and hopefully some of that shit definitely helps you guys and makes you think a little bit. You know what I mean? So, you guys know what time it is. You guys know what fucking time it is. It's time for some reactions and reviews, man. So you guys know the drill, but if you don't and you're new here and you're brand new to the podcast and you're like, Zom, Music Mondays, how the fuck do I submit to the show? What's the deal here? Why do you take submissions on Twitter? What's going on? All those wonderful questions. So let me break it down. Tweets will be in the same format every Tuesday. So today is Monday, the 31st of July. So if you're watching this here live, submissions are closed. If you're watching this anywhere else on YouTube or Spotify, submissions are open. So check our social media. So yeah, just keep that in mind. But again, tweets will be in the same format every Tuesday. Artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on July 31st, 2023 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Twitch.tv/ZomPlays, which is here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. Again, contrary to our name, Music Mondays, we've reacted to and reviewed pretty much everything from vocals to instrumentals to graphics, designs, photos, merch, YouTube uploads, music videos, visuals, edits, short films, like you name it, bro. There has not been one thing we haven't reacted to here on the show. And the main reason for that is just because there are so many like multi-talented underground creators out there that really need a place to showcase not only their music but everything else, right? Like some people are super talented designers, but like also like are fucking great producers, or super talented vocalists are also great fucking engineers. You know, so many cases where so many people do so many things that I find it a travesty to only pay attention to the music. And for 131 episodes, no, I guess 132 now. But for 131 episodes, literally, we've had no limits on that. So feel free to drop anything. You know what I mean? All art forms are welcome. So Media Mondays, you know, you might be onto something there. 4-hour show limit again. 4-hour show limit is kind of self-explanatory. We are a weekly show. Again, just to alleviate some of the pressure on myself and a lot of the staff team. So a lot of our shows don't turn into 5, 6, 7-hour shows. We cap the show off at 4 hours, and even that is arguably still pretty long for some people to watch. But some people still do enjoy the 4-hour shows, so we'll probably keep it at 4 hours for quite a while. But again, that thought process was just essentially to make the show more palatable to watch back, right? It's pretty hard to watch a show that's longer than the Titanic. So you know, a 7-hour show is definitely not practical to do on a weekly basis, because again, a lot of these other shows are monthly, or they're recorded and they're not done live. You know what I mean? Like, we are the only weekly live show every Monday. So again, that's kind of like the idea behind the 4-hour show limit. So again, outside of that, the only thing that we do ask is that you're following Music Mondays on Twitter to be eligible. Again, our submissions are free. They always have been. They always will be. You know, since day one, we've always believed in free submissions for Music Mondays. But again, the only thing that we do ask is that you're following us on Twitter before you submit, to not only help grow our platform and help spread our word, but to just pay respect to everybody else that also submits and waits for their tracks to be reacted to each week. And yeah, you pretty much gain access to a really great community when you do follow us anyway. So that's all we do ask. You know what I mean? And in relation to the 4-hour show limits, Patreon subscribers' submissions are played first each week. Because again, some weeks in our 4-hour show limit, we just won't have time to be able to go through every single submission. So that was where we kind of launched a Patreon with a lot of benefits for a lot of creatives, right? Throughout all of our tiers, there's a lot of really great things you can pledge to and get involved in over on our Patreon. But the main attraction is the Music Mondays Fast Pass, which all of our Patrons get at any tier. So definitely go check out our Patreon and see if anything piques your interest and you want to get involved with the Music Mondays Patreon. Because our Patrons are super, super wonderful, and they've really like kickstarted a lot of ideas that will be launching out towards the end of the year and the beginning of next year. So again, huge shout out to all of our Patreons. But again, that's how you can get your submissions played first here each week on the show. Before everybody else is if you're a Patreon, make sure you're subscribed, and we'll be happy to go through your submissions first each week. So that's about it, and that's all the information you need to know. The only other thing, submissions close about an hour before the show starts, just to really get a head count. And again, we are a live show. So again, we like to keep things free flow. That's pretty much why we curate on Twitter as well. Because we have to open Instagram DMs and emails and Google Drives and all this other shit, bro. It gets messy, especially during for a live show. Like maybe if you're recording offline, but even then, like going to edit that is probably fucking a pain in the ass. So that's why we do close submissions, because again, we don't want anybody kind of being like, yo, let me get in there, and you know, we kind of have like an order, and we've had people like waiting, and so that's why we do close submissions a little while before the show starts. But you have just about 7 days to submit your tracks, so like realistically, like you have plenty of time. You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind. You know, it'll only be about an hour or so before the show starts. So make sure you get your tracks in each week. But like I said, that's about it, my friends. Those are all the details on the Music Mondays podcast. If you're ever interested in more information, feel free to drop any questions in comments or in the chat or anything like that. I'll be happy to expand upon anything. So let's see what we have coming in this week, man. We have a decent amount of submissions for sure, but I want to see how many Patrons we have this week, because man, oh man, oh man, we definitely have a stack for sure. Let's see here. So we got King Mark, SLM, and EDG. So we have 3 Patrons tonight, and then we'll hop back into the rest of the community submissions. So man, EDG gets the very first coveted spot tonight on episode 132. Shit. Let's get it. Okay, so super, super talented hip-hop vocalist. Has had a really consistent 2023. TDG has been really going hard, whether it's vocals, instrumentals, pretty much everything, man. So they submitted a track titled Take Me Home. Prod by me. Let's take a ride. Okay. Okay, TDG. I'm with it. Let's see what we got here. Pop this open a new tab. 1 year ago, so definitely not brand new, but not super old whatsoever. And it's featuring the homie Zank. Where do we go and how are we getting home? Featuring Zank, produced by me and loved by you? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm kind of excited because these like older tracks always, you know, show the progress of a lot of these artists, man. So let's get into it. TDG, Take Me Home. Post a stream in the Discord.
A little less pretty, so we get it looking gorgeous like the nice guy in the city. Yeah, when it rains it pours, so we might as well be sitting. Let that cup start filling.
Yeah, looking out the window, let the ride continue. Can't go where the wind blows. Make your own ripple. Choosing ain't simple. Wanna reconnect, but no signal. Watching rainbow down, no answer. Should I call now? Overcast, no sun, clouds out. That's okay, I'm still enjoy the rest of space and time. Wander light, looking for the bright side. At least I got the moonlight up the nighttime.
Yeah, can't reconnect. I'm like the radio antenna, but I ain't got the head. Let me get up higher to catch my breath. I'm looking too much for what's next, on the hunch for more bread. Not enough fucks given what I'm doing on them tests. If I'm honest, you'll fuck success. Would you be willing to give up all of your progress? Go ahead, fill up your cup of wine. Go ahead and eat up all that pie. You got one life, is you gonna do it right this time? Yeah. So let me know. Yeah. In this world, you realize there was plenty hoes. Yeah. Yeah, but too many with stanky pantyhose.
Yeah, I like cruising with the windows down. Yeah, I like cruising with the windows down.
These drums are crazy.
Then I roll the windows up. Better not let the smoke out. Better not let the smoke out. Yeah, I like cruising with the windows down. Got time, so I go down. Then I roll the windows up. Better not let the smoke out. Better not let the smoke out. In another minds I'm drifting. In a picture, don't get the image. The way it is shouldn't be. This ain't really living. Ink is fading. Hard for depiction. Heart is failing. Beats have friction. Yeah. But I'm raising away. I ain't leaving today. I ain't seen my way. Yeah, but even in today, if it's not okay, I'll be okay. As long as I have tomorrow, not just yesterday. I'm looking for time to borrow. Fuck can't afford
Yeah,
today.
we tripping at the counter tomorrow. We having quite a day. I'll give Lil Shorty a holler. Got a game, so wanna play. We got that champagne, it's popping. Cause every day we celebrate. Yeah. Huh. And yeah, you pause and I press play. You applause. Look, they all just caught under my name. Make moves like a U-Haul, mama, I'm on my way. Yeah, don't put all that dirt on my name. You know it's Zank.
Yeah, man. Jeez. I like this duo though. It's a very like interesting kind of track, especially in terms of like structure. Lots to talk about here, for sure.
Gone with the flow, I'm on my own, I'm on the road. I got some hope, I stay afloat, but still some dark water. What can happen next when death has been in the strength? Time feels tense, steaming hot and bent. Making it all count, saving sense, not everything makes sense. That's just that, all percent. In my body, in my mind left. I like the edge, makes it risky.
The ambient space-like flows of TDG once again, ladies and gentlemen. Once again. So, yeah, again, like, I feel like they nailed it on the cover as well, man, if I'm being totally honest with you. Like, they definitely nailed it on the cover for sure. Go back to the caption. Let's take a ride. Yeah, I definitely feel like this is very much a, TDG, like, makes the most, like, interesting non-stoner, but stoner kind of vibes. It's so well done, it's crazy, but you guys know the drill. But if you don't, we're gonna break this down. We're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Take Me Home. So, let's talk instrumental. Prod TDG. TDG has been a really underrated producer for quite a while. I feel like TDG doesn't really try to make, like, type beats. I think that's really dope. TDG has, like, such a unique, not, like, experimental style, but it's, like, it's just unique. It's new, it's refreshing, it's kind of, like, just different shit. And, this instrumental is definitely a product of that to me. But the mix is solid, nothing clashing, too overbearing. For the instrumental itself. Drums are good. Everything cuts through. Everything's leveled. No gripes with the instrumental mix at all. Shining Star, like, the more the track went on, I really enjoyed the drums, but the melody is probably the thing that, like sticks to you the most, especially on like, the first listen. But the drums are super crucial, and I just like the overall structure of the instrumental. but the drums were really well done, especially in terms of like sound selection, and it really kept up the bounce. Because otherwise, without these particular set of drums, I feel like this could be like a completely different track. Um, so for that reason, yeah, definitely the drums are the shining star for me, for sure. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Let's talk vocals. So let's talk mix. So the mix is definitely solid, but this is one of those tracks where you can see TDG's like really solid improvement on so many things like delivery and overall kind of like performance and mixing and so again, this track is a year old, which isn't like crazy old, but it's not brand new. And I feel like TDG has made so much progress since then. So this is like such a cool like uh flash from the past, you know what I mean? For sure. But as far as the mix goes, like I said, it's solid, it's level. They sit nicely on the instrumental. Um, I guess the only thing is like they were like slightly quiet, but like you can't really like for a track that's last year, we're not gonna like dive too hard into the mix, right? I don't think it took anything away from the mix at all, to be honest with you. Because that's really only a matter of just like turning anything up. But outside of that, the mix is really solid. Again, level, nothing clashing, too overbearing. They sit nice on the instrumental. Um, and that goes for both TDG and Zank for sure. I think they both sound like a good duo on this for sure. Nothing like too overdone, you know what I mean? So the mix is solid. Um, the vocal shining star, man. So there's a couple of things I really like about this. Um, I'm big on writing for both of them, but like I don't want to just pick out one thing, right? But I think what is like a really like underrated part of this track is how well these two work together in like the overall structure. So like this wasn't like your conventional like hook verse type shit. Like this was like a little bit different. And I like that. I like the duo ship that we kind of had going on here, especially for the both of them, right? Like I feel like this is a very like underrated duo, and I definitely want to hear more from these two, just because I don't know, like TDG's kind of like atmospheric, like chill vibes, and Zank's kind of like confident like delivery. I don't know, like something about that duo like really did it for me. So yeah, I'm big on that. So I kind of do want to say structure just for that purpose. Like I just like how this track is laid out. You know what I mean? Like this is one of those tracks where it's like they definitely took their time on this. Not like years or anything like that, but you know what I mean? Like this was one that had like a lot of love in it and some like due diligence. You know what I mean? Like some real like due diligence. That's what I really like about this one for sure. Um so yeah, Shining Star for the vocals probably structure. If I'm being like completely honest with you. So instrumental solid, definitely drums. Vocal solid, definitely structure. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics. I mean, like let's be honest, like the cover definitely fucking nailed it for sure. Like even if this was just the cover for like the instrumental itself, like I still feel like this nailed it. Like it's not even a question. This totally like did the job for me, for sure. Um it's got like that space vibe, but it's not like too overdone. And then like the text is perfect, to be honest with you. Like so whoever like went all out on that did a good job. For sure did a good job. And then like the small detail as well, like the fucking floating car in the background, like just just a little shit, man. Just a little shit. But the overall theme, I mean, Take Me Home, right? I definitely feel like TDG went in the direction of like an ambient laid back, chill, spacious kind of vibe, and I feel like they both nailed it. But I think Zank kind of like came through on like a different kind of energy and brought a little bit of like refreshing vibes to the track that I think that like the whole track really benefited. To be honest with you, um, But as far as like a real like overall theme, I don't think there was like a specific like story to break down here. This is definitely like a combination of like a lyrical showcasing combined with like a lot of versatility, to be honest with you. Like a lot of versatility for sure. That's one thing that like TDG is always guaranteed for and is always good for is versatility, right? Between their instrumentals, between tracks like this, whether they're new or old, always versatile, always unique. Well done. So with that said, huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. They are 2 followers away from 980. And make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. They are 2 away from 160. Okay, 2 away. Let's go. Go show TDG some love on the bird. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel because, man, oh man, we are on the road to 200 subscribers. We are literally like 8 or 9 away. We're at like 191 or 2, so definitely go check out the channel and subscribe if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel, so go check out the channel and go show these artists some love. And if you already have been, we appreciate you, man. I see you guys dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. So, that was our first Patreon of the night. Huge shout out to TDG, and thank you for being a Music Mondays Patreon, my friend. Up next is our next Patreon of the night, the homie Jordan Andrew, formerly known as SLM. Another Music Mondays Patreon, a very, very talented alternative hip-hop vocalist and producer. Submitted a track titled Isolation. Makes me think, from a project called Demos 1. Damn, so we're about to get into it here with this fucking track. I already know it. I already know it. I got a hunch about this one. I got a fucking hunch about this one. I almost thought this was an I. That was crazy. Let's see here. So 2 days ago, this is super fresh. Super fresh. Okay. So let's get into it, man. Jordan Andrew, Isolation. Let's go. Wow. What the fuck, bro? The way that came in was crazy. Wow. This one's really special for a couple reasons. This is definitely the most like alternative shit we've ever seen Jordan on. Like, and it's not even close, man. It's not even close. Holy shit. Oathkeeper, what's good? Welcome on in. Happy Monday, my friend. I hope you're well. So yeah, man, let's break this one down because again, much to discuss. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Isolation. So, man, let's talk instrumental. Um, Such an interesting choice from Jordan. I assume self-prod. Just based off the fact there's no credits. Or it's prod deadlighters. Either way. Um, Man, so first things first, the mix is great. Super solid, nothing clashing too overbearing. Drums are simple, riffs are great. I like the way the vocals sit as well. Like no gripes with the instrumental mix whatsoever. Super solid, nice and level. Again, crisp, clean. No gripes. No gripes. So the instrumental mix is solid, but let's talk Shining Star. So I feel like this whole instrumental is really well done. Like I like the way that this was crafted a lot. But I think the thing that stuck out the most to me and kind of really like put this track over the edge was the structure. I like the way this comes in and I like and like it's just about the small things with this one because you don't have to go super crazy with certain instrumentals like this. Like there isn't much to this, but I feel like the structure really spiced it up and really kind of gave Jordan like the opportunity to like really properly express what they wanted to express on this. And sometimes less is more, truly. But that's where you can make it up within the structure. And I feel like this is a great example of that, especially with just, about the halfway point where it comes back in. Like that section was, again, like reassuring almost as if we're like the song like establishes itself instrumentally and it gives you a couple twists and turns and you know what's about to come next, almost like a movie or something like that. And I just feel like Jordan did a really good job when it comes to this production. So I feel like structure is a very underrated part, and that's why I'm gonna say structure for sure. I like the structure on this a lot. Um, so instrumental solid, definitely a structure. Melodies would definitely be a close second though. Um, let's talk vocals because I feel like vocals are like the most unique part about this, and like it wouldn't be unique if you didn't know Jordan or SLM. But we've reacted to so much of their library here on the show, whether it be instrumentals, the live jams, so many other things, man. Like, you know, this is one of the more like alternative and like heavy alternative kinds of tracks, right? Because we've seen like alternative hip hop vocals from Jordan Andrew. We've seen like just straight hip hop vocals from Jordan Andrew, all types of cadences, slightly different types of flows. But this one was more again like on the like purely like alternative rock side. It was way more like aggressive and way more like even slightly darker. And like I like this tone a lot, but I think what's even more cool than that to me is the fact that Jordan kind of like showed their versatility again. Like back from like their first submission up until now, this is definitely one of the more like out on the left field kind of like didn't expect it kind of tracks for sure. Like it definitely measures up to that for me. And it wasn't like a shocker, but it was like, wow, like what can't you do? You know what I mean? Like this is another corner that Jordan kind of really covered that I wasn't expecting them to fully cover. And like in such like a subtle way too, because it's not like Jordan came on here screaming, doing fucking heavy vocals and shit. Like they just did it in their fashion, and I think it worked out. To be honest with you, I think it really worked out because I like the writing. It's simple, verse great. But I think the one thing that really kind of like put me over was the flow and cadence and the hook. More specifically, just the delivery and the flow and cadence. Like it was super simple for Jordan almost to just really come up with this like song as a concept. But then again, like it was almost easier for them to perform it in this way as well, in this style. So I think this is like a really like telling kind of track for sure. I really do, and I would like to see Jordan expand upon this style. Whether it be this style or other styles, or just try some maybe pop shit, or who the fuck knows. But this one was definitely like kind of like takes you back for a second, especially if like you're here watching the show each week and you're listening to Jordan. It's like, huh, this one was kind of like a new direction, and it works. It works well. So yeah, well done when it comes to vocals, but flow and cadence for sure. Hook was a close second though, because the hook felt genuine as well. It wasn't like suddenly like Jordan started talking about shit that like they didn't like really like believe. Like I do feel like this hook is like very believable. I definitely think that's like one of the really important factors of this for sure. So instrumental solid. Definitely a structure, 100%. Vocal solid, definitely the flow and cadence for sure. Hook is definitely a close second. Writing overall is a close second. But let's talk theme. So aesthetics. This is kind of in the direction of Michael art that Deadlighters and Jordan and MMCJ usually use, but this one again is even darker than usual. Like there aren't many like black and white Jordan Andrew covers, to be honest. At least ones that we've seen. So again, I feel like this is an anomaly, and it worked out for like what Jordan was really going for, and I feel like it matches the track like to a T. It really, really does. It really does, for sure. So let's talk overall theme. And it's a relatively simple theme, but I feel like if you relate to it, you kind of like feel it a bit more. It's one of those things where like of course, like very obvious the track is about isolation or being isolated and the feelings while isolated, right? You know, drinking alone, you know, should I do this, should I do that? Just almost the state of overthinking. But again, I think the thing that sets Jordan apart is it's so believable and it's so like personal to them. But if you're kind of like experiencing this or like you know what Jordan's talking about or you kind of just like feel this track, you're kind of gonna be like, wow, this is like an interesting perspective. You know what I mean? Like this is a very like honest, but like I think the thing that I like the most is the fact that Jordan didn't need to like go super brutal or like unbelievable. Like I felt like every lyric that was performed here and written was very honest and believable. So I think that's what's really important about making certain tracks like this, because it's a dark track, don't get me wrong, but it's about being honest with it. And I think being honest makes you way more like relatable to supporters, listeners, or even just you know, like for example, like me on the first time listen just now, you know what I mean? Like there's so much you could get from that, especially if you like relate to the track. But I think Jordan did a really good job keeping it simple per usual, but also like being super descriptive with certain topics that either they're going through or they just want to describe. You know what I mean? Like sometimes artists want to tell a story, and sometimes it might not even be like their current life. You know, they could just be talking about something from the past or X, Y, or Z. You know what I mean? And one thing I noticed about Jordan is like, no matter the style, they're very consistent across each genre and vocal style. Very consistent. Everything's believable. You know what I mean? So that's what I like about that a lot. But with that said, huge shout out to Jordan Andrew. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much love. Make sure you follow Jordan on SoundCloud. They are 9 away from 70 on there. And of course, make sure you follow Jordan Andrew on Twitter. They are 9 followers away from 340. Go show Jordan some love on the bird app, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. We are approaching 200 subscribers on the Music Mondays channel. We're about 8 or 9 away, man. So if you're not subbed, go check out the channel, man. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, exclusive tracks, so much stuff on the channel, man. So go check out the channel. Oh, and sidebar, we started uploading YouTube shorts as well, okay? So there is no excuse for you to not get caught up on content over there on the channel, okay? We've been going crazy on the shorts. So go check out the channel, man. We've been going hard over there. But if you already have subbed and you've been liking the videos, you comment, you check them out, we appreciate you. And I see you. Thank you. And we appreciate you. But, oh, as well, huge shout out to Jordan Andrew for being a Music Mondays Patreon. That was our second Patreon of the night. huge shout out to Jordan Andrew, and thank you for your submission, my friend. Oh shit, YouTube Shorts is crazy. Yeah, no, like putting that into our schedule was definitely crazy enough. One day I'll have to like break down the schedule for everybody, but yeah, putting that in the fucking schedule was a doozy for sure. That's a fact. But our third and last Patreon of the night, the homie King Mark. Now, King Mark has had a really solid and consistent 2023. King Mark really kicked off the year with a wonderful project and has just been doing really good work as far as singles go and really kind of like keeping their head really leveled. You know what I mean? So I think Mark's been doing a really solid job, to be honest with you. But they submitted a track titled Honestly, Rod Aliem. So let's see what we got here. I assume unreleased. Oh yeah, we got some exclusive unreleased King Mark, okay? You're hearing this here first on Music Mondays, okay? So let's see what we got. Oh shit, we got some lyrics and description and whatnot. Oh man. Oh man, we're gonna have to dive in, man. We're definitely gonna have to dive in. That's a fact. Alrighty, my friends, let's get into it. Some exclusive, unreleased King Mark premiering on Music Mondays right now, honestly. Damn.
So they label you as rude, or they steer clear because they think you're weird. And so you become lonely.
I know that guitar sample from somewhere. I think it's a Lotus song. I'm pretty sure it is. So, man, oh man, this one's a doozy for sure. So, let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Honestly. So, let's start with instrumental. This is such an interesting instrumental. But overall, it's really well crafted. I'm pretty sure this is not the first time we've seen Mark work with Ollie. I don't think it is. This is definitely like, yeah, nah, like I definitely remember this. Like I'm pretty sure we've reacted to a couple Ollie M tracks from Mark, so I definitely feel like this is a duo that's like slowly growing. Like I like these two together a lot, for sure. But strictly talking on the instrumental, mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. I love the drums. Everything's nice and leveled. The instrumental mix perfect. To be honest with you, no gripes whatsoever. Especially the drums though. Everything's really solid. Really, really solid. Drumline was crazy. I completely agree. Completely agree. So instrumental mix is very solid for sure. Kind of a not really a shocker for Ollie and Mark though. Kind of a standard for Mark to kind of like have a really good taste in instrumentals. But the instrumental Shining Star, man, I love the way that this guitar was utilized. I like the sped up kind of version a lot. But like Ghost said in chat, I definitely think that the drums are up for a conversation. I definitely think the drums are up for a conversation, for sure. Um, Structure was solid, but I feel like the drums were so good that like you were just waiting for the drums to come back in anyway. So I'm kind of torn because like I like the mel and I like the way it was utilized, but the drums are probably yeah, drums are just super crucial here, and they bring in a lot of the bounce. Because otherwise this would definitely be way more of like a sadder kind of track. Lyrically, it's definitely more on the personal side, but like the drums definitely keep it like upbeat and fast paced a lot for sure. So I'm definitely gonna have to go with drums. Definitely, drums are the shining star here for the instrumental. So the instrumental solid, definitely drums. Let's talk vocals, man. Mixed by King Mark, and Mark has been going crazy on the vocal mix. The last like, mm, the last like probably like 3 or 4 tracks. Mark has been doing their own mixing, and it's like really fucking solid. Like pretty sure it's like the last like 3 or 4, and like it's gotten progressively like better and better quality. Like especially like towards the end, like this whole track though, when it comes to vocals, like you can tell that Mark is really like putting in the elbow grease when it comes to like vocal mixing. It's getting really cool. Like it's getting really fucking cool. So like as long as Mark keeps like pushing the envelope with this and like doesn't settle, Mark's mix is gonna sound crazy in like 3 months, bro. Like 3 fucking months. Um but self-engineering isn't easy, man. A lot of good engineers spent a lot of time getting their skill up. You know what I mean? They really did. So um yeah. So with that said, the mix is fucking great, and I'm loving these self-engineered tracks for sure, definitely. Uh, so vocal shining star though, man. I mean, a couple things I really like about this. I like the writing overall. Right, I'll keep it a whole buck with you. I really like the writing overall, but like the flow and cadence is like another thing that like I gotta talk about. But I think another like really underrated part of this is definitely the hook. Like I feel like the hook is super underrated, and you could go with almost any one of those. But I feel like the hook is definitely like the most catchy and one of the most like memorable that we've had from King Mark in like quite a while, like quite a while. So that's what I really like about this one a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and say hook just because flow and cadence is really solid, but the hook is definitely one of the more like attractive we've heard from King Mark in a couple of weeks for sure. So I feel like Mark was spot on. But honestly, my biased pick would probably be the vocal mix, just because like it's like such an improvement, and like Mark's slowly been like really like improving it. Like so it's a pleasure to see for sure. But so instrumental solid, definitely the drums, bringing a lot of bounce, makes the structure insane. Vocals are solid, definitely the hook. I love the writing, I love the delivery on the hook. Let's talk theme though. So, man, let's go aesthetics. This one I actually just noticed this. What the fuck? I thought this was just gonna be, the King Mark staple, right? You got the rose filter on, you have the nice King Mark text, it's solid, and then the crop of the character in the car. I just fucking noticed that. That is genius. That is genius. I am kind of floored, to be honest with you. Like, that is fucking genius. And she's just chilling. She's like, "What up?" What the fuck? That might be one of the most subtle edits I've seen in quite some time. I'm not gonna lie. I like that a lot. Subtle, simple, minimalistic, totally hit the mark. Because you really got to look at it to notice that. Like you're not gonna glance at this and like notice that off rip, because I did not. I did not notice that off rip. Wow. Okay. Well done. So aesthetics definitely on point. I think what matters now at this point is keeping it like the King Mark staple, just because so many tracks like have this kind of like art style. So I feel like it's so easy to like keep up with the standard, and you don't necessarily need to go super crazy with art. And I think Mark kind of like really checks off all the boxes in my opinion. So yeah, aesthetics definitely on point. But honestly, track title, overall theme, relatively obvious theme, right? Bit of a personal theme, but then again, it's also like one of those very emotional themes that like you can relate to one way or another, whether you are currently going through it or you have gone through what Mark's kind of describing here. And I think one of the more like redeeming qualities is like it's like very honest, but like it's very like well put. Like Mark doesn't need like a bunch of like wordplay and like punchlines and innuendos to like get like a lot of this across. Like Mark's very straight to the point, and I think that's why I really subconsciously chose the hook as the vocal shining star, is because like it was very honest, but like the way it was presented and like performed, I don't know, man. Like something about it was very mature. You know what I mean? I can't really like put a finger on it, but something about it was just mature and very much like honest. And I think that's like the number one thing you can ask of like any kind of track, regardless of whether it is like a personal, heavier kind of emotional track, right? I think you could go either direction. So I think Mark definitely nailed it as far as being honest, but also being simple, right? Very much like being in the moment. This is a very like in the moment kind of track, and I think Mark really nailed it. Kind of like combining everything, but making like a very palatable track for any kind of listener. So well done, my friend. With that said, huge shout out to King Mark. Make sure you follow Mark on SoundCloud. They are 9 followers away from 190. Mark's approaching the big 200 on SoundCloud, man. Fucking get it, Mark. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark on Twitter. They are 5 followers away from 300. Another great milestone. Mark is approaching some cool milestones on socials, man. So go show Mark some love on the Bird app, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching I almost said 190. Man, we're on the road to fucking 200 Subaroonies on the main channel. Like, shit. Let's get it, man. But please sub to the channel if you haven't already, man. We're trying to hit 200. I think we're like 8 or 9 away, so make sure you go show love to these artists in the channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available over there on the channel. And if you've already subbed, you're over there dropping likes, you're watching the videos. I don't even care if you're disliking the videos, man. Just go show some love to the channel and go show some love to these artists. Let's get it. Vocal mixing takes so long to get right and still makes me insane. Yeah. I definitely agree. Like Mark did a really good job there. Like especially like because like Mark's like older mixes like weren't like a drastic difference, but like you can see the improvement and man, definitely well done. Definitely. But again, a huge shout out to King Mark for being a Music Mondays Patreon. And thank you for your submission. But that's about it for our patrons for the night. I believe we went through TDG, SLM, and King Mark. So again, huge shout out to all of our Music Mondays patrons. You guys are fucking beautiful. Thank you for your submissions. So, on to the rest of the community, my friends. We have the homie, Just Woes. Now, they submitted a music video this week titled Psychopath. No doubt, no question, gotta check out my new video with the bro, Buddy Lofton. Now, Waz is one of those artists that is super versatile, but like their quality is just insane. A very, very talented alternative hip-hop vocalist. Let's see what we have this week for the Psychopath music video. Pop this open a new tab. We're definitely gonna scram up the quality here. That's a fact. What's up? Let's get a oh shit, you can go up to 4K. All right, so for the sake of the stream, we won't fucking we won't go that hard. So we'll 1080 this. Check the comments. Lots of love in the comments. Shout out, buddy. See, we got a description. Trigger warning, blood and violence. Just Was and Buddy Lofton team up the new track Psychopath, prod by Just Was. Okay. Video by Branch Out Visuals, starring Johnny Wallgang as the producer. There we got JustWaz.com, Branch Out Visuals. Okay. Love that. Love that. All right, let's get into it. Volume full. 1080. Psychopath, Just Was, Buddy Lofton official music video. Let's go.
Man, this might be the end. I only value my time. The money's earned and it's spent.
Yeah, I think you should do that again.
Man,
Dude, what the fuck?
let's skip summer. I can never feel warmth. Young crash dummy, I'll chime, always going off course. Tracksuit like I was playing a sport. Just an injured reserve, never step foot on the court. Not getting buckets, see me mopping the floors. Minimum wages to pay, but fuck it. A lost soul, I'm just opening doors. Was always causing a ruckus, straight interrupting. Annoyance to the world, so I lost myself in a dungeon. Feeble-minded in my khakis. A young gunner, I could always write lyrics. Naturally, they would harass me. The studio sesh for y'all seemed like you were running to track me. For me, that shit was tragic and trash. I got on my plan B, so I aborted that mission and left. At this point, I spent mad time alone, straight work at a desk. I'm making beats and tracks from the morning till end. Still collab with my friends. Circle shrunk though, it's personal, and it all depends. Relationships where they flow and they ebb. Sometimes they break or they bend. I had to cut some off though, man, this might be the end. I only value my time, the money's earned and spent. A psychopath outside,
was
but in the store
fire.
seemed like Albert too. Fought the engineer cause that fucker had an
What?
attitude. Working 9 to 5, I can't get mad at you. Was on bum for a couple months, failed a semester, then the cannon blew. If you're doing drugs like bad habits do, then find some things you like and move. Don't fall behind and lose. Life is all about your second chance. Number 2, learn your lesson, don't dwell. That's when God will get mad at you. I got God in me. I know he guided me exactly where I gotta be. They'd rather dig a plot for me than come and plot with me. Society got their eye on me, feel them watching me. My ideology freer than Ali Oxen, see. Honestly, I'm living life with no apologies. I paint it violently, success is suicide to me. But won't you vibe with me, cause we've been living lively. I'm hitting homers, riding odysseys. I guess it's hard to see the guys I thought would ride with me be on the opposite side when it's time to reach. But bang, bang, I'ma shoot first. I leave them lying, guess the truth first. Pour some liquor and say a few words. I got some new merch, some new work. I gotta do worse just cause I can't serve. Feel like a tumor, but fuck the rumors. I get you tuned up, so better tune in. For you get tool up. Some crazy fools, still we two up. Who was? A psychopath outside, but
Damn, he fucking snapped. What the fuck?
9 to 5, I can't get mad at you. Was on bum for a couple months, failed a semester, then the cannon blew. If you're doing drugs like bad habits do, then find some things you like and move. Don't fall behind and lose. Life is all about your second chance. Number 2, learn your lesson, don't dwell. That's when God will get mad at you.
Alright, I guess we'll just take it again. One more time.
No fucking way, bro. No fucking way. No producers were harmed in the making of this video. Wait, that was actually really creative. That was actually really fucking creative. Cause like at first I was like, I don't like get the video, but then like the end kind of sealed it up for me. The end definitely sealed it up for me. I get it now for sure. I like that a lot. That was like very fucking creative. Wow. Okay, well fucking done. So, holy shit. All right, couple things here. We're gonna talk about 3 things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, and we're talking about the video for Psychopath instead of the theme. So, let's start with the instrumental. Self-Prod by Just Was, and man, I love his style with like not only like instrumentals but like just like the balance of like uniqueness mixed with like classic like organic hip hop kind of styles. Like this isn't like your conventional kind of hip hop instrumental, but it's like really like something about it just has a slight like unique flavor. So I think they did really, or he did really well when it comes to this instrumental. But as far as the mix goes, before we go any further, great. Nothing's clashing too overbearing. I think the drums knock really well actually. Everything cuts through nicely. Everything sits nicely on the instrumental. No gripes with the mix whatsoever. I think Waz did a really good job. So the mix is solid. Instrumental Shining Star though, gotta be the melody. The melody sets the tone for this kind of like psychopath slash like horror setting that we have here for this music video. So I kind of get the inspiration a lot too. Like I totally get it for sure. I totally get it. But realistically, the melody was like everything there for me. It really was everything there. It really was. So, melody definitely a shining star. Let's talk vocals. Vocal mix is great. Both of these two sound excellent together on this song. No gripes again whatsoever. But this kind of like not a shocker for Waz. They always have really solid vocal mixes. But again, nothing clashing too overbearing. Vocals sit really nice. Everything cuts through nicely. Nice and raw and crisp, but not like too raw. Like it really like hits that sweet spot. But again, like I said, not really a surprise. You know what I mean? Like this is an artist who has a very consistent vocal mix. So I can't sit here and say that I'm like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Like almost a standard for Waz at this point, but we always got to point it out because it is still very crisp. Shining Star, I love both of their writing. I feel like they both fucking destroyed this beat. Like I feel like they both did a really good job keeping on like a theme of like almost like paranoia and like honesty mixed with like real life shit. Like the combination of bars here between the both of them were super like unique, but they were on point, especially when you put this video behind it. Like this was like super, it's so organic that like this whole concept definitely came like about naturally. Like I could be wrong, like I could be completely wrong, but I feel like this whole process came about like naturally. It was just like, okay, let's make the song. And it's just like, yo, I have this concept for a video and da 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 da. Like so I love that. Like these two just sound really solid together, so I'm glad they followed up like an insane visual. But writing across the board was really solid for both of them. But I think where they both shined on this track, though, flow and cadence. I like the way they both performed on this track. Like, absolutely, it's not even a question. Like, the way they both performed on here was just so well done, bro. So well done. So, definitely the flow and cadence and the overall performance of these two is really awesome. So, instrumental solid, definitely the melody. Vocals, definitely the flow and cadence as well as the performance. I think both Waz and Buddy really did a good job here. Let's talk visual. So, again, this is not the first time we've seen a visual from Waz, but this is definitely one of the more like well thought out kind of visuals as far as like storyboard or like location or even just like a real premise. And you really have to pay attention to detail here because like at face value you could kind of see how this would be like, wait a minute, like how the fuck like is like how is this like in relation to the song? But like you really have to pay attention, and it's not until like the end of the video that you're kind of like understanding like where all this came from and like how this all came about. So like that's one really solid like part about this is like it was a very interesting visual to watch because it like kept you curious, but the concept again was like really well thought out, but like it wasn't like over the top. Like I feel like you can be really over the top with these kinds of concepts, and I feel like these two or these three realistically, because we got the engineer out here getting dragged out, but I feel like these concepts can be like really overdone if you do it in like a weird fashion. But I feel like all three of these guys really did an excellent job. And then of course, the director as well. Like everybody did a stellar job for sure. So that's one thing I just love off rip, and like it's not a video you can just like put on and like understand first try. Like you have to pay attention to this all the way up until the end, and then you're like, wow, okay. So I'm pretty big on this, and it definitely like put like a smile on my face towards the end to like be like fully like understanding like how this came about, like and like, oh, how does this all connect, and it does make sense. So like that was the thing that I thought was like super clever about this. But again, like this isn't the first time we've seen a visual from Woz, and like we already know that Woz is super comfy on camera, but we haven't seen Woz actually go to like the acting kind of direction when it comes to like filming a visual. And again, I don't think either of these guys look uncomfortable on camera, like even playing a role. Because in other visuals, it's just Woz being Woz, you know, filming in scenic, cool locations, like many other artists do. But when you're going for like a concept and you're going for a story inside of your video, you know, it calls for like a lot more effort in terms of how you look on camera. Because you could like, you know, try to come up with a concept like this, but if you look kind of dorky and wonky on camera, you might watch it back and be like, nah, it's kind of whack. But I felt like these two, again, really smashed it in terms of like the psychopath horror, like not like it because it's like you have like a horror concept here, but it's like it's like a horror concept where like it's not immediately a horror movie. It's like 20 minutes in and then everything like fucking just blows up and starts going crazy. It gives me that movie vibe. You know what I mean? Like it just gives me like you're safe and home, and then all of a sudden you have these two fucking in the studio fucking kidnapping and killing the fucking engineer, bro. Like it's a hilarious concept, but also like it's well thought out because of the end, and it's just like a vision. And I just think the story and how this was plotted out from scene to scene was really fucking well done, and one of my favorites from Woz, not even a question. And actually one of the tags for the video is actually Dexter, which is fucking great. So yeah, now like these three did a really good job. Branch Out did a fucking amazing job, and not only do I want to see these two work together more, but this was just like a really like well done concept. Like I'm kind of excited to see where like all this goes, and like Woz is just like pushing their boundaries of like what they want to do on camera and sounds, and like because we started off learning about Woz from like so many different genres, and then that expanded to visuals, and then now we have music videos. So now it's starting to feel like the sky's the limits here for Just Woz and crew. So with that said, huge shout out to Just Woz, and of course make sure you go subscribe to Branch Out Visuals. They are 4 subs away from 190. Make sure you follow Just Woz on Twitter as well. They are approaching 1.2k on the Bird app. Make sure you go show us some love on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 subbaroonies on the main channel, my friends. We are only 8 or 9 away. So if you haven't subbed to the channel, make sure you go check out the channel and go show these artists some love. And if you already have subbed to the channel, we thank you and we appreciate you. We upload 2 times a week, man, every Thursday and Saturday. So go show the channel these artists some love, my friends. Alrighty, let's get a chat. Gone After August, welcome. I hope you're well, my friends. Happy Monday. Let's get it. So, Patreons are done for the night. Our first community member was Just Woz. Huge shout out to Woz, man. Up next, we got the homie, Mac 2 times. Now, Mac's pretty early in the show this week, which I think is really cool. It's been quite a while since we've heard from Mac, like, super early, right? So, I'm totally down. Now, Mac's a very, very talented alternative hip-hop vocalist. They've made so many great improvements to their crafts and just their overall sound over the course of 2023. So every track is like very exciting to get into, to me, to be honest with you. So it's always a pleasure to be able to get to listen to some new Mac 2 times, my friends. So they submitted a track titled New Mode, and it's only a minute 32. So I'm kind of curious. Let's get into it. Mac 2 times, new mode.
Shoulda knew Shorty was lying to me when she told me that she was a keeper. She was a keeper. Thinking of taking some lean and mix it with Sprite, put it in a liter. But I cannot move slow, I gotta speed up like a motherfucker cheater. Just went in the mall to splurge a little bit, constantly swiping a visa. Still working 24/7, constantly driving a boat. Up in the ocean, going through motion, shaking and out of control.
Okay.
Running on beats, fuck with her walking on top of the pedals of rose. I don't know what's going on, but I feel good. Think I just hit a new mode. Feel like I hit a new mode. Feel like I hit a new mode. Fuck all these bitches, I know they be lying. When it come to love, don't even be trying. Low expectations like niggas with timing. Shorty said I broke her heart, hoping she know I still wouldn't care if she was crying. If I catch the feelings, I fight to step on that like Attack on a Titan. When it come to love, I don't try it. Fuck these bitches, know that they lying. If I start catching feelings, I fight it. Step on that like Attack on a Titan. Been working 24/7, constantly driving a boat. Up in the ocean, going through motion, shaking and out of control. I be running on beats, fuck with her walking on top of the pedals of rose. I don't know what's going on, but I feel good. I just hit a new mode.
Okay, yeah, no, I see what he did there. Yeah, because this is some shit that you recorded like just that day. You fucking mix it and upload it for sure. You're like, yo, this is fucking heat. Well done. Definitely gives me that like freestyle kind of like literally made it in like 48 hours type shit, and it's still gas. Just one of those tracks that just flow out of you as an artist, right? Like producers know what I'm talking about, artists know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you'll spend a few hours on an instrumental or a song, and then sometimes you'll crank out a whole song in like 30 fucking minutes, bro. This is definitely one of those. I could be wrong, but it definitely gives me that kind of feeling for sure. So with that said, let's break this one down. We're talking instrumental, talking vocals, talk about the overall theme of new mode. So let's talk instrumental. It's kind of an interesting instrumental choice. I wouldn't say it's out of the ordinary for Mac 2 times, but it's definitely like a little bit like different than what we're used to. Kind of not really. It just has a different kind of like pluggish kind of sound and like has like a slight like alternative trap feel to it as well. But as far as the mix goes, the mix is great. Drums sound awesome. Mel sounds great. Everything's nice and level. Vocals sit nice. Everything cuts through nicely. Yeah, no gripes with the instrumental mix whatsoever at all, to be honest with you. So the mix is solid. Shining star, probably the drums. I think the melody is very much a great canvas, but these drums really shine on this. Because sometimes, you know, you could have more of like a laid-back melody, but that just gives you more of a chance to have your drums shine. Or you could have some like chill drums behind like a crazy-ass melody. You know what I mean? Like, either way works. But I definitely feel like drums took front and center here, for sure. Which I don't think is a bad thing whatsoever. I just think Mac did a really good job kind of flowing on it, but drums are definitely a shining star here when it comes to the instrumental. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Let's talk vocals. So vocals, my friends. So vocal mix is great. It has like this crisp Mac 2 times kind of feel to it as well. I've always been a huge fan of Mac 2 times vocals, definitely, especially lately. They've just been progressing and really just improving their style, whether it be through their delivery or their recording process or just how it gets mixed. Like, everything's just been consistently improving. So, not really a shocker that this mix is like really well done now. But I think the smaller things like ad-libs and a lot of the newer additions to this track really like put it over the edge as far as the mix goes. I think Mac's like really coming into their own style and like how they really want to sound on a track as a vocalist. You know what I mean? So all really good signs, and I love to see Mac 2 times kind of experimenting with how they want shit mixed and how they go about it, whether it is them mixing it or their engineer. They're always progressing the sound is I think the like really important part. You know what I mean? Like I definitely think that's like super super fucking important. So, Shining Star with the vocals. Probably Flow and Cadence. Probably Flow and Cadence if I'm being honest with you. I like the writing, but that has its own theme and like really can be expanded upon. But like if that writing isn't presented in like a decent way, it's kind of like meh. So that's why I say flow and cadence and really overall delivery was solid, especially that second verse towards the end. I feel like Mac was like really like feeling himself. So definitely flow and cadence for sure when it comes to Shining Star with the vocals. Definitely. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Vocal solid, definitely flow and cadence. Let's talk theme. So Mac 2 Times covers, man, they always get me just because they have this like specific aesthetic and like it just becomes such a staple, bro, that I don't know, like I'm just always a fan of them, but this one went a little bit of like the more simple route. I like the font choice as well, and then you kind of have the parental advisory bottom right. Like always a good job for Mac 2 Times, man, especially when it comes to art, because you don't necessarily need to go crazy on art unless you want to, right? And I think this one is another great addition to the Mac 2 Times collection, in my opinion. So, overall theme, it's not like a super like deep or like a theme that's like super expanded upon, but new mode, you know what I mean? Mac talks about a couple things here, right? Like especially towards the end, as to where they talk about they feel themselves kind of like leveling up and like they're in a new mode and like they're in like a new kind of bag, like you just level up in terms of like how you want to do shit and like how shit's done for you, or like not even in just music either, like it's also in like life, you know what I mean, whether it comes to personal relationships or just maturing within yourself as a human being. Like it's all about being in a new refreshing kind of like a new vibe, and even if it's just something as small as like improving yourself little by little, like that's a good ass feeling. So I feel like Mac came through and capitalized off that like good feeling, and I think Mac did a really good job, to be honest with you. Quick little freestyle like track here, and you can see how it just flowed out of Mac 2 Times, and I think Mac did a really good job, man. So with that said, a huge shout out to Mac 2 Times. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Mac 2 Times on SoundCloud. They are 2 followers away from 30, man. Go show Mac some love. And of course, make sure you follow Mac on Twitter. They are 3 away from 130. Make sure you go show some love to Mac on the Bird app. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 subaroonies on the main channel, man. We're like 9 away, bro. We're like 9 away from 200. So if you're not subbed, please go sub, man. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Underground tips and tricks, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff's available over there on the channel, man. So go check out the channel and go show these artists some love. And if you already have been showing the channel some love, you've been dropping likes, you've been dropping comments, you've been one of our first subs. I see you, and we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, my friends. So let's fucking get it. Well done, my friends. We are just about halfway through the show. So you guys know what time it is. It is time for a quick little commercial break here on the Music Mondays podcast. So for those of you that are in attendance in the chat, I'm gonna need all you guys to get up, go stretch your legs, take a bathroom break, go take a smoke break, whether you need to go get a snack, whether you need to go get a drink, or you just need to motherfucking get up and go run around. Go do whatever you gotta do, because now's your chance. So, we'll be right back with more reactions and reviews for Music Mondays episode 131. Stay tuned. ladies and gentlemen. We are back here live with the Music Mondays podcast, episode 132. I'm your host, Zom Slays. Hope we had a good commercial break, but we're about to hop right back into some reactions and reviews. So we left off with the homie Mac 2 times. Huge shout out to Mac. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Up next, we got the homie Braden, aka Hi Braden. Recently just put out a brand new article, an interview with Braden written by me, and a brand new SoundCloud exclusive on the Music Mondays SoundCloud by Braden. Definitely go check that out and show Braden some love. But a very alternative and very talented vocalist submitted a track titled Watching Me. Let's see what we got here, chap. I am down for the cause, my friends. Let's see. So this is off of Braden's brand new EP, Self-Medicated. This is a track titled Watching Me. Let's get into it.
I feel like I'm falling. I took the pills, I ain't got no other option. You know either way, then I'll be popping. I know I got snakes in my clique, they be plotting. I know that they're watching, I know that they're watching me. Don't know why they're stalking me. They on a computer, why can't they leave me alone? I ain't tryna be dramatic, D&D on my phone. I don't think you get the big picture. I'm already rich, but I wanna be richer. Perks in the soda, drinking that elixir. You're playing with fire, little boy, you ain't Richter.
Ay, tuck it down and we spoke up like a sweatshirt. They mad at me, but I'm only getting richer. Pop another pill just to deal with my issues. Don't know how to feel, I don't know what's my issue. So much shit is on my body, I don't even know if I'm okay. I'ma stack this money, hope it makes the demons go. Snakes in the grass, so I gotta keep it caught up. Hello, what they get you suck it down and you get caught up. How you gon' talk down on me when I really used to think you were my bro? Feelings like your shit and then you acted like I wouldn't know. But damn, now I know. Ay, it's betrayal.
I feel like I'm falling. I took the pills, I ain't got no other option. You know either way, then I'll be popping. I know I got snakes in my clique, they be plotting. I know that they're watching, I know that they're watching me. Don't know why they're stalking me. They on a computer, why can't they leave me alone? I ain't tryna be dramatic, D&D on my phone.
Jesus. Yep. I like that outro too. Especially considering the fact that like ends off ends off the fucking EP. I think that's like I think that's perfect, to be honest with you. So well done. Let's break this one down. We're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of this track. So, man, oh man, oh man. Let's talk about it. So, instrumental's fucking great. Mix is really stellar, to be honest with you. Nothing clashing at all, nothing too overbearing at all. Everything kind of has its own space. Everything cuts through nicely. No gripes with the instrumental mix at all. Really, really tight and well done, if I'm being honest with you. Instrumental Shining Star. I love the drums a lot, but the melody is such a great canvas for not only the drums, but the vocals as well. So for that reason, I'm definitely going to say the melody. Super prominent, really well, like, it's just really well done, especially sound selection. Like, yeah, definitely the melody. Definitely. So the instrumental solid, definitely the melody's a shining star. Let's talk vocals. So I love both of their vocals on this. for sure. But let's talk mix first because the mix is fucking great per usual. Not really a shocker. Kind of the usual case for Braden. But in this case, we have a feature with Braden, and I think they both did really good. Definitely. So, yeah. Mix is great, but like I said, kind of not really a shocker for somebody like Braden. They have a very consistent mix all across the board, but always got to point that out. Super crisp, super well done. Everything sits nicely on the instrumental. They just sound one with the instrumental for sure. So mix is definitely like on point for sure. Um, so instrumental solid, definitely the melody, vocals. Mm, I love the writing across the board, right? I love the flow and cadence across the board, but I think the thing that really sold me per se on the first listen was definitely the hook. And I think that's probably the thing that you return for the most as well, especially if you like this song. It's got you bouncing. You're like, okay, like if you really rock with this, I feel like the hook is going to be the thing that brings you back time and time again. So definitely the hook. I feel like Braden is becoming one of the more super like talented chorus and hook writers that we've seen here on the show. This is definitely just a product of that. So I definitely think Braden did a really good job when it comes to writing this, and I definitely think it's the hook for sure. So, hook is definitely the shining star. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics. We have the EP cover on screen now, and again, it's back in the style of Braden's kind of like notebook slash like canvas drawings, and like you'll see us talk a little bit about this in our interview if you haven't read it yet. But you know, Braden doesn't focus too much on art. Um, that's an artist that really likes to let their art kind of speak for themselves, which I thought was really clever. But that still doesn't take away the fact that personally, I've always liked the direction that Braden has took when it comes to their cover art, because as you can tell here, the bottom of your screen, they're pretty consistent with it. It's just all different types of varieties, right? And I just like them a lot because they're super simple, and like I just feel like Braden really likes them as well, as far as like shit that like they just enjoy, and like I think that's like a special part of releasing any kind of art is no matter what it is, as long as you really enjoy it, I think that's the only thing that matters. And Braden definitely hits the mark on that. So I'm glad that they continued the kind of tradition here with this EP cover for sure. So aesthetics are on point without a doubt. Overall theme. So Watching Me, right, is the track title here. So they talk about throughout the whole track kind of like it's such an interesting feeling. Like no matter what kind of goal in life you're chasing or dream you're chasing, there's always going to be people that like not like necessarily preying on your downfall, but people that are just watching you but won't like support you, or like people that used to be cool with you but like still watch your shit, or you know, any kind of weird energy like that. I feel like you've definitely dealt with throughout your life once or twice, and if you haven't, you probably will. And I think Braden does a really good job like throwing shots and subliminals, but also being honest with like how confident they are within themselves. So I feel like Watching Me is overall like a very like relatable and like truthful song for almost anybody. But like I feel like Braden puts it in a way where it's, you know, exclusive to them, and they're just only speaking on kind of like their experience with it. So it's one of those tracks that's easily relatable, but if it's not and you don't really relate to it, you're gonna enjoy the sonic parts of this track for sure. So well done. Well done. So with that said, huge shout out to Hi Braden. Make sure you go follow Braden on Spotify, and of course make sure you follow Braden on Twitter. They are 10 followers away from 40. Let's fucking go. Make sure you go show Braden some love on Twitter, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching, I almost want to say 190. We've been saying it for so long, that's why, man. We're on the road to 200, man. We are less than 10 subscribers away from 200 on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday, so you won't regret it. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel. So, with that said, make sure you go sub the channel, show these artists some love, and help us push to 200, man. And if you're already subbed, we appreciate you. Thank you for showing support to Music Mondays and everybody involved. Let's get it, chat. So, shit. We got the homie Braden. Huge shout out to Braden. Thank you so much for your submission. But up next, we got the homie Lavaries, man. And Lavaries has been on a tear with pretty much everything they've been doing in 2023, to be honest with you. Super talented, alternative hip-hop artist. Definitely a very flexible and versatile artist, for sure. Submitted a track titled Viral. And I believe this is the second track off of their 2-track EP they recently dropped. I believe we reacted to track 1 last week. So yeah, we reacted to Heating Up for sure. And this week we'll be reacted to Viral from Lavaries. So I'm down. Let's get into it. Viral, Lavaries.
When I drop this shit, it's going viral, going up, up, up. Yeah, When I drop this shit, it's going viral, going up, up, up. Yo, bitch wanna fuck, I can tell she gripping on my nuts. When I drop this shit, it's going up, going up. When I drop this shit, it's going up, what the fuck? John sent me the beat, so you know I had to spit on them. They gon' say I'm switching up, but I'm just going big on them. It's a Jordan year, so think twice about stopping me. I just did my taxes, bitch, I'm grown, turning 18. I just got my taxes back, a cool 700. Put that in my savings, it was empty, now it's flooded. My bitch dressing bummy, she still sexy, motherfucker. Turn her to a MILF, then I'm gonna be a motherfucker. A rich one, hell yeah, I might just sip one. And my mean little bitch gon' ride my dick until she make me come. She gon' buy me fear of God, cause I don't fear men. I know I'm gon' be a goat, I'll let you call me arrogant. That's okay, sometimes it's hard to see the greatness. Important as the president, I'll replace Benji Franklin. Then around the world, they gon' be knowing what my name is. They gon' hate they kid because I'm on they bitches playlist. When I drop this shit, it's going viral, going up, up, up. Yo, bitch wanna fuck, I can tell she gripping on my nuts. When I drop this shit, it's going up, going up. When I drop this shit, it's going up, what the fuck?
Okay. This is such an interesting track because Heating Up was almost similar. It had a high energy, but this one's a lot more like muddier and aggressive and definitely has a lot more like just like attitude with it for sure. So like fuck me. Lots to talk about here. So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Viral. So let's talk instrumental. Instrumental was great, to be honest with you. I like the mix. I feel like the mix in particular was very very like really on point. Like, cause if like 1 or 2 things were off about this, it could have been like it could have threw the whole track off. But the drums had enough mud. Everything kind of had its own space. Nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Everything's nice and leveled. Like, I'm a big fan of this instrumental mix. Without a doubt, not even a question. It's just really well rounded for an instrumental like this. So no gripes with the instrumental mix whatsoever. Shining Star are definitely the drums. Not even a question. The drums I'm really big on. Especially the 808s, man. The 808s were perfect here. And it just gave a lot of that like aggression that this track kind of needed, to be honest with you. So yeah, not even a question. The drums are the shining star, for sure. So the instrumental solid, definitely drums. Let's talk vocals. So vocal mix is great. Lavaries has this like raw yet crispy, leveled approach for their vocals, which I find that is always improving. So that's one thing to consider there as well. But all in all, again, nothing clashing, nothing too overbearing. I feel like Lavaries Is always pretty on point with their mixes for sure, especially when it comes to vocals. And just tracks overall. Um, so, so the mix is solid, but vocal shining star, man. I like the hook, but like the writing throughout like the whole track is really like it is really like a level up in terms of Laveri's. So I'm tempted to say writing, to be honest with you. Um yeah, let's go with writing just because I feel like Laveri's really did kind of like showcase a lot of lyricism here. Definitely. Um yeah. Yeah, so instrumental solid, definitely the drums, vocal solid, definitely the writing. Let's talk theme. So 2-track EP and the aesthetics here. We have Laveri's on the cover and it's super simple, super like personal, and again kind of like hits the spot as far as like a low-key smaller EP. You know what I mean? This definitely like hits all the marks for sure. I definitely think Laveri's like didn't need to go super crazy with this, and I think the like clear PNG version of the parental advisory in the bottom left was like a really nice touch. I spoke a little bit about this last week, but still, again, same thoughts. Definitely enjoy that cover for sure. Um, Overall theme. So obviously no like super like standout theme. I definitely feel like this is a track that was very much like a showcase of lyricism, um, mixed with almost like a sharpening of the sword. Like I definitely feel like this track was like a level up in terms of like flow and cadence and just overall writing that Laveri's really wanted to showcase here for sure. So again, I definitely think I like there was no like super clear theme, but I don't think there needs to be a super clear theme every song. It's not needed. This was definitely one that was definitely a showcase of like lyricism combined with like slightly like versatility, and again it's sharpening the sword, right? Like Laveri's definitely, I don't want to say like took a chance with this instrumental, but it's definitely on the more like aggressive side, and I feel like Laveri's did a really good job with this choice. Like I like Laveri's on these more like muddy, almost like Southern Florida-esque kind of instrumentals for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Laveri's. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Laveri's on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Laveri's on Twitter. They are literally 11 followers away from 100, man. Go show Laveri's some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 subscribers. We are less than 10 away, my friends. Again, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available over there on our main channel. And if you've already subbed, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. So make sure you go show some love to the channel and these artists, my friends. So, huge shout out to Laveri's, but up next, we got the homie Filter. So, another super talented alternative vocalist and producer. Very, very talented. You'll see us working with Filter pretty soon here on Music Mondays. But they submitted a track titled Selfish/Eyes. Let's see what we got here. And we got some private links. Okay. Let's see what we got here from Filter. Okay. So we got some lyrics in here. Oh, so Selfish/Eyes. So we have like a combo of 2 tracks here. So Eyes is prod NTE and Selfish is prod Filter and Shade 08. Okay. Let's see what we got here. We have, oh wow, we have quite the track here. All right, let's get into it. Filter, Selfish/Eyes, exclusive Music Mondays premiere. Let's go.
She said that I'm selfish. I'm sorry, baby, I ain't know that I can't help it. Allergic reaction, I might need epinephrine. Got fake people and I don't even got no friends.
Now.
Tell me what the fuck crime. All of these people, they just did what I found.
That'll be a fire verse. Oh man.
She said that I'm selfish. I'm sorry, baby, I ain't know that I can't help it. Allergic reaction, I'm not even real. I think you know what you ain't got no friend. Tell me what the fuck I'm doing, this I wish you right. Think I need a minute or two to be alive. I feel like a Christmas tree, but I'm missing my crime. All of these people, they just did what I found. Sorry, baby, I can't help it. Allergic reaction, I'm not even real. I think you know what you ain't got no friend. She said that I'm so
Jeez, bro.
Open your eyes.
Are we dreaming? The shadows are watching. All three. Open your eyes.
Jesus. Holy shit. Okay. Wow, that fucking second half, man. Oh my. This a bop, I agree. So much is happening, but in a good way. Yeah, not literally. Holy shit. Man, alright. That was cooked. That was like really, really cooked. Okay, we have kind of a mix here of two tracks. So we'll keep that in mind as we break this down. But we are gonna break this down. So you guys know the drill. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Selfish / Eyes. So, Selfish was the first track here, and it's prod Filter and Shade 08. So we have a little bit of a collab here. But Eyes was prod Just Night. So, kind of an interesting dynamic here. So for the first half of this track, we're going to talk about the instrumental. You know, the thing with Filter is like they always have such a solid mix for, again, much like chat was talking about, for how much is going on, right? You know what I mean? Between vocals, the instrumental being stacked, the instrumental being so like theatrical as well, and then the patterns being almost like just insane. Like the mix is so tied down and like really well done. You know, sometimes mixing tracks like this can again be like a big like hit or miss. Like you could get really lucky and everything just kind of mixes down perfectly and you're like, okay, thank God. Or it's the biggest fucking process of your life, and tracks like this are like, it's like, fuck, bro, like this is it could be an all day process. And I think it goes without saying that almost every Filter track, yeah, not pretty much every Filter track that we've reacted to here on the show has had such a tight, well-rounded mix, and these two definitely go in that category for me. Because again, with how much you consider going on, the mix is just really well done. So, no gripes whatsoever. I'm always a big fan of pretty much all of Filter's mixes, to be honest with you. So mix definitely A1 for both instrumentals, if I'm being totally honest with you. Both are just really well done, and I just like the transition as well. Like I feel like the transition was mixed in really nicely. Like this could actually be like an insane fucking track Like this could really be like a crazy ass track. Um, just fill in that open and you're fucking good to go. Like holy shit. Um, so yeah, that goes without saying. The mix for the instrumentals across the board from Selfish and Eyes, I think both are super solid. Um, so when it comes to Selfish, this one's a no-brainer for me. The hook was fucking crazy. Um, Even if Filter does fill in the open verse, the hook is still crazy, bro. But like, even if you want to get a feature on here, I feel like they could definitely they can definitely do something special. You know what I mean? Like they could definitely do something real special. So I'm down for either in my opinion, like as a listener. But the hook just is insane on this track. Like really insane. And like one thing I love about Filter is like the passion in the delivery. Um just the passion. But before we continue with vocals here, um vocal mix across these two tracks. Cuz instrumental for um Selfish was really solid. Um Drums for both tracks though. Now that I think about it, drums for both tracks are definitely the shining star for sure. Mells are great in both, but drums are definitely the shining star. But vocals across the board though, like before I continue with that thought, the mix again is excellent because it doesn't leave out too much of the passion. Everything sits nicely, and again, when you consider how well done these instrumentals are and how well crafted they are, the vocals sit nice again across the board. You know what I mean? Like across both tracks, it's like actually really impressive. You know what I mean? Like how well everything kind of just flows here. Like, so I'm big on the mix, not even a question. But again, Filter is one of those artists when it comes to vocals as well. Their mixes are always like really solid. But Selfish definitely the hook. But I want to talk about both of these tracks in particular because I feel like there's just so much emotion in all of Filter's music, and these two really bring it out. Filter doesn't hold back when it comes to recording. Filter doesn't like lack emotion or believability or like how the track just feels genuine. Filter does a really good job letting that passion flow out, especially during recording and delivery. Um, so for Selfish, definitely the hook. For Eyes, definitely the flow and cadence and the delivery. But all in all, like throughout both of these tracks, I could say flow and cadence and delivery for both, just because they were so passionate. You know what I mean? They really were. So both instrumentals, um, definitely the motherfucking drums, vocals, flow and cadence for both definitely, but for Selfish, definitely the hook. I feel like was another like really good shining star. Um, this was a crazy mashup, and I feel like the transition is also pretty underrated. I feel like you could talk about both of these tracks so much that you could neglect talking about the transition from Selfish to Eyes. So, again, that's definitely on the table as well for a shining star for me. But all in all, instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Vocal solid for both, definitely the fucking flow and cadence and delivery. Let's talk theme. So, obviously unreleased track, so just a placeholder cover here to fucking to just kind of look fucking pretty, you know what I mean? So we're chilling there, exclusive unreleased, so not too worried about like cover art right now. Overall theme, you know, Selfish is definitely more of like a honesty kind of um like addressing yourself almost kind of track. And then when it comes to Eyes, it again has this like sense of honesty, but it's more personal. Because I feel like in Selfish, it's just addressing yourself, and you're very much like talking about your own faults, right? Which everybody can relate to. And then when it comes to Eyes, it has more of like a personal feel to it, in my opinion, and it struck me in that way. And I feel like the really great redeeming quality for both of these tracks is like no matter like how personal or emotional the subject matter is, I feel like um it's always going to like really be therapeutic and really genuine. Like there hasn't been a Filter track that has struck me as like overdone or like not believable or anything like that. Like even if you don't necessarily relate to the lyricism or the subject matter, I still think you can find some solace in the track itself when it comes to the sounds. Like that's totally like a redeeming quality here. Like 100%. It's super important, you know what I mean? But it's very therapeutic to be able to like get all this out as well in one place, but also make it like really top tier. So well done. Huge shout out to Filter. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Filter on SoundCloud. They're 7 away from 230, man. And of course, make sure you follow Filter on Twitter. They are 8 followers away from 30. Make sure you follow Filter on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 sub-earnings. We are less than 10 away. I think we're at like 192 or 191. So go show the channel some love, man. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. And, you know, it's literally everything from full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel, man. So definitely go check out the channel, subscribe if you're interested. And if you've already subscribed, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. Let's get it. The transition was definitely a highlight. Yeah, I thought so. Because, like, you can, like, neglect talking about those certain, like, types of things if, like, the tracks are super fire. But I definitely feel like the transition was, like, a good talking point. Definitely. So, again, huge shout out to Filter. Up next, we got the homie Flux. Now, again, Flux has had a really great 2023. Everything from solo tracks, streams, instrumentals. Flux has been doing it all, man. So, really awesome to see. But they submitted a track titled "Hate Me." Hope you're doing well at All Music Mondays. As of this summer, I will have been making beats for 5 years. Let's go. I wanted to share with you my first official release to hear your thoughts. Definitely a throwback. Bless, Hate Me. I feel like I remember when this came out. I feel like I fucking remember this. Dude, when did this drop? 2019, bro. So I talked about it a little bit here on the show, but for those of you who don't know, I interviewed Flux fucking way back when. A good almost probably 4 or 5 years ago for UVC. And Flux was killing it just like how they're killing it now. And I think I remember this track coming out, man. I think because like I think there's like a visual for it as well. I think there is. I think there is, man. I think there is a visual out for it, or I remember some kind of like promo for it or something like that. But with that said, let's get into it. Flux, Hate Me. What a throwback this is, man. This is so crazy to hear. Damn. So a couple of these comments are kind of funny because this track's so old, but you know, you need a better mix. This could be fire. Let's collab. And like when you like, that's why I don't consider like mixes for a lot of these like older tracks, right? Because like you're learning as you go. You know what I mean? Like you can't critique it. Like okay, it'd be like critiquing like a rough mix. Like say your homie sends you like an unreleased track they just recorded, and you start like bugging about the mix. Like you know what I mean? Like it's not you're not like you're coming into your style because like if you go and listen to like recent Flux tracks, you can tell how Flux came into their style. So it's like that that's why I knew listening to this would be really cool. And this track's actually almost 4 years old, by the way. Because I noticed it came out in oh yeah, so it's holy shit. Wow. So yeah, big throwback vibes here, and much like Chat said, 2018, 2019 vibes in the best way. Yeah, like just like those early tracks everybody used to make, you know what I mean? Like none of them are supposed to be perfect or hits, you know what I mean? It's just it's reps, it's practice, it's a different time. But we're still gonna break it down though. So with that said, we're talking about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Hate Me. So let's talk instrumental. So instrumental solid. I love the mix. Nothing clashing, too overbearing at all. Definitely a chill mix. Everything's nice and leveled. Vocals sit nice. Everything cuts through nicely. It's just how I remembered it, to be honest with you. Mix is solid. Like, strictly talking about the instrumental, for sure. So shining star here are definitely the drums, more specifically the drum selection. The patterns are solid too, but definitely the drum selection is like a big highlight here for me. I definitely think this prod did a good job on the drums, for sure. Like, the mel sets the tone, but I think the drums are a big highlight here. Again, more specifically the sound selection with the drums. Really thought out, to be honest with you, and like well done. Like not like the first shit you found in your folders and you're like, yeah, this is heat. You know what I mean? Like the drums had some flavor to them, which I thought was nice. So instrumental solid, definitely drums. Let's talk vocals. So when we want to talk vocals here, the mix again is like an earlier version of Flux, right? This is damn near 4 years ago, you know what I mean? Like Flux has improved tenfold with their vocals, their instrumentals, their delivery, all of it. So like I'm not going to sit here and like break down this mix and what they need to do because they've already done it, you know what I mean? Like you can go listen to current Flux tracks and you'll be like, wow, the improvement is definitely there, especially with like all the ones that we've reacted to here on the show over the last like couple weeks, for sure. 100%. So again, for what this mix is, it's solid. It's definitely like bringing that nostalgic vibe back. You know what I mean? It really does. And it's not like an insane mix, but it's not a shitty mix either. So like I definitely like the middle ground that Flux came to here, especially even back then. Like it's almost like Flux kind of knew to not go overboard, but also not like just like have like a dog shit mix. You know what I mean? So it like hits that sweet spot for sure. Nice middle ground. So the vocal mix is great, especially for like what it is, you know what I mean? Vocals shining star. Probably the flowing cadence, just because it's so interesting. Like it brings that like again, I think that has a big to do with the nostalgia feel is the flowing cadence and like how early artists kind of like find their sounds and like find their way on tracks. I feel like flowing cadence is definitely underrated here because the writing is definitely solid, but like the delivery and the flow and cadence are like it's almost like it brings you back to a time when you were first discovering underground music, but like at the same time, like if you know where Flux goes after that, it makes like the flow and cadence like all the cooler. So it's like you know what I mean? Definitely the flow and cadence for me, especially looking back on this track, for sure. So instrumental solid, definitely in drums. Vocal solid, definitely flow and cadence. Let's talk theme. Aesthetics. Super simple cover, right? I mean, you guys kind of know the drill with covers, right? Like, you don't need to necessarily go super crazy on them. They just need to kind of like have a meaning to you, and it's all preference at the end of the day. But when it comes to this cover in particular, super simple. Sometimes less is more for sure, and I feel like the simple route was solid here, and then the text that was used solid. Like, as long as you keep it like that, I think it was a solid choice. You know what I mean? Especially for back then. You know what I mean? Like back then, everything was so different. So it's like, I don't know. It's hilarious. It's super hilarious to see. But yeah, art definitely solid. Let's talk theme. So relatively like obvious theme, but a very honest one for sure. Um, almost like we were talking about with the last submission, somewhat of like self-addressing and self-reflecting. You know what I mean? And also like just being honest with a lot of personal aspects of your life, and there's like a deeper meaning here that a lot of people could get from this, other than the face value of what Flux presented. Again, this is like one of those themes that you could really like dive into, and almost you could like make up your own meaning for, to be honest with you, because I feel like Flux kind of like left some room there. You know what I mean? I definitely feel like Flux left some room to like um kind of like stew upon it yourself, but also like Flux didn't need to like elaborate too hard into something like this. You know what I mean? Definitely one of those tracks you just needed to like really get out, but also felt good kind of writing down and performing and publishing. You know what I mean? So tracks like these are super crucial to like your overall just career, to be honest with you, whether you're a vocalist, a producer, anything like that. Tracks like these are very important. Very, very important. So with that said, a huge shout out to Flux. Congrats on the 5 years, my friend. Let's fucking go. Make sure you follow Flux on SoundCloud. They are 9 followers away from 630. And of course, make sure you follow Flux on Twitter. They're approaching 2.5 on the Bird app, man. Go show Flux some motherfucking love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 200 Subaroonies on the main channel, my friends. Let's fucking go. So definitely subscribe if you haven't already, and be on the lookout for 2 uploads every week, man. Every Thursday and Saturday, man. We upload full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks. A whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel, and so go show these artists in the main channel some love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's get it, baby. So up next, we got the homie Offspring Mysterious, a multi-talented artist, producer, editor, designer, writer, like you name it. Offspring again is a multi-talented artist for sure. And they submitted another edition of Music Art, and this one's called Showtime. I'm down. I am definitely down, my friend. Let's see what we got here. Okay. No, wait. Pause this. Okay. 4 months ago. How have we not seen this one? Offspring has so much backed up content that we have not reacted to yet. Like, let's go, man. Oh my god. Welcome to our talent show. We can showcase your talents to the world. Want to know our talents? Offspring can manifest an energy ball with these. All Offspring can import to... what the fuck? Okay, yeah, no, this is gonna be good. Showtime, so let's see here. 4 years ago. Yeah, Offspring's been going in on these older tracks, man. I feel like this is, again, I just love this concept from Offspring. So let's get into it. Music Art, Showtime, let's go. Oh shit. Oh shit. I can't believe this was 4 months ago. Actually, another solid edit, I'm not gonna lie. This one's gonna be good. No fucking way. No fucking way, bro. Okay. 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 Let's fucking go, Offspring. Okay. Yep. I can't believe that this was 4 months ago. That's so... Like Offspring has so much content to really continue to put out, and like Offspring was also saying in the Music Money's Discord they have a lot more coming as well. So this, it just makes this like super exciting. But shit, so with that said, let's break this down, man. So the concept of music art is actually like really interesting. Offspring has been repurposing their content through these visuals titled music art, right? And actually kind of giving new light to a lot of their older tracks. And this one definitely is one for the books for sure. So we're gonna talk about two things here. We're talking about the instrumental, and we're gonna talk about the visual, aka the addition of music art. So instrumental mix, solid. Not like a crazy ass mix, but it's super level, nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything's really well rounded for an instrumental mix, definitely. Shining Star. Like the sample usage was nice, but the drums definitely give this track some life. Definitely give this track some life for sure. So drums all day, absolutely. And definitely just keep the bounce up as well. So instrumental solid, definitely drums. Let's talk music art. So again, another really simple concept. Using the Offspring mysterious character and the whole Onslaught kind of storyline. So this one in particular is super simple but really well done, right? Like short form content like this, Offspring has been doing super well, and I think in this edition, I just feel like Offspring kind of is like fully understanding the potential of like what they can do with a lot of like short form videos, because they can edit them a lot more, because a lot of Offspring's earlier uploads were on the longer side, right? 20, 30, 40 minutes. And these ones, Offspring can spend more time on editing and concepts and coming up with like different ideas with what they have going on. And I just feel like, again, this was even 4 months ago, and we've reacted to a lot of like newer things as well. But the fact that this was 4 months ago was like, damn. You know what I mean? Is like, fuck. So Offspring has just been literally stacking content and literally coming up with an infinite amount of concepts to repurpose a lot of their older tracks that never got visuals, never got enough love, things like that. So this edition, outside of the fact that it shows that Offspring is doing a really good job like repurposing their older content, it's the smaller edits, right? Like the smaller edits are such a big change for Offspring, and I think they did a really good job like really like incorporating that into all of their edits. You know what I mean? Like everything just has a little bit more spice to it now. They can spend more time on smaller things and not have to export like a 30-minute video, a 20-minute video. Like if you do them like this, the potential for like new edits and whatnot is just insane. So, well fucking done, my friend. Well done. So with that said, a huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Offspring Mysterious on YouTube. They are 5 subs away from 130. And of course, make sure you follow Offspring on Twitter. They are 3 away from 840. Go show Offspring some love on the bird app, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 subscribers. We are less than 10 away, my friends. Make sure you go sub to the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel. So, with that said, go show some love to the main channel and these artists. And if you already have, we appreciate you and thank you for showing love to the Music Mondays YouTube channel, my friends. Much love. So, let's get it, baby. Huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. And up next, we would have Jordan Andrew and King Mark, but they are currently Music Mondays Patreon, so we already reacted to their submissions earlier in the show. If you're interested in listening to those, make sure you go check out the full episode on the Music Mondays YouTube channel or any of our platforms as well, YouTube, anywhere else, my friends. So, up next we have a first time submitting artist titled Ara's Moon. Stream my EP Slay Station. Okay. Retaliation SS2. Damn. All right. So first time submitting artist. This is the first one of the night. So of course we're gonna keep an open mind, and we have no idea what we're about to roll into. So let's see what we got here, my friends. Slay Station 2. It's like a big combo of like nostalgia and like deep frying shit. It's actually kind of fire. Okay. So let's see. Got lyrics in description. We love that. Let's see here. Okay, let's get into it. First time submitting ours. Ara's Moon. Retaliation. Let's go. Damn. Sheesh. Okay. Wavy as fuck. The artwork hard as fuck. I love to see new people submitting. I agree. Wow. So lots to talk about here. There's like So much I love about this, how melodic it is, the honesty, the overall meaning. So much I really, really enjoy. Yeah, let's break this one down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Retaliation. So let's talk instrumental. Mix is solid. Definitely solid. Nothing clashing too overbearing. I like the drums a lot. Vocals sit nicely, definitely. Everything cuts through nicely. Nice and leveled. Yeah, no, like and like even for like how fast and bouncy the drums are, the mix is definitely solid, man. Mix is definitely not cracking whatsoever. So very well rounded, very tight. I like the mix a lot as far as the instrumental goes. Instrumental Shining Star. I kind of want to say drums, but I feel like structure is pretty slept on here as well. I feel like structure is like a really good talking point for sure. I'm kind of torn between the two, but I really like the drums though, and I feel like the drums are super crucial here. So I'm gonna go ahead and say the drums, just because they keep up such a good bounce and like fast-paced, high energy, almost club-like. Yeah, definitely the drums, definitely. Okay, so instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Let's talk vocals. Vocals are insane. Like with a first-time artist, right? You never know what to expect, so you got to keep an open mind, right? Like this could have very well been a fucking whole ass band. You know what I mean? You never know. But for a first-time submitting artist to have a vocal mix this tight and well done, impressive, very impressive. And that was like one of the first things I noticed was like how like crisp and like melodic this was. I definitely feel like the mix was like a very high point when it comes to the vocals for sure. But they sit well in the instrumental. Nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Everything cuts through nicely. I'm curious to see. Yeah, I knew this. I knew it. Like because you don't develop a style like that and have that be like your first couple of tracks. Like this is definitely an artist that slowly developed their style over the course of quite some time, and you can just hear it. You know what I mean? You can just hear it. I knew it. Like you can always tell. You know what I mean? So from their SoundCloud alone, they've been making music for at least 2 years. You know what I mean? So it's like, come on now. Because that style just doesn't pop out of nowhere. Like, yes, some people just get it right off the rip, but this is definitely an artist that took time to like sharpen their sword and hone their style and learn their sound and find out what they like. So in terms of the mix, really well done. Super crisp. I love everything about it, to be honest with you. No gripes with the vocals at all. Vocals Shining Star. I love the writing on this because it has like such a cool like powerful meaning. But the flow and cadence is like another like really important aspect, like to me. For a couple reasons. Just because like you could write a song really good like all you wanted, but like if you're not delivering it confidently or like coming up with the proper cadence and flow, sometimes really good songs get like drowned out, you know what I mean? But I feel like Aras Moon definitely like went above and beyond here with flow and cadence for sure. Writing's definitely a close second, but I feel like it made the writing mean even more because the flow and cadence was so good. So definitely for me, flow and cadence, 100%. So let's talk theme. Instrumental solid, definitely drums. Vocal solid, definitely flow and cadence. Theme, aesthetics. I definitely agree with chat. I like the artwork a lot. Yeah, no, it brings that like nostalgic kind of, obviously PlayStation 2 kind of cover, but it has that like, it just has that kind of like pizzazz to it that like only nostalgic covers like this have. You know what I mean? Like it takes a specific kind of knack to get that right, and I think they did a good job for sure, especially for an EP as well. Definitely up to par. So overall theme. Retaliation. I think Retaliation was a really cool title for a track like this, purely for the fact that Aura's Moon kind of like rips into like homophobes and like transphobes and shit like that, and it's a very like honest yet like confident track. So like Retaliation definitely like was a proper title here, and I like how it didn't get like overly emotional. I feel like Aura's took like the confident route, you know what I mean? Like a lot of this was like very confident, believable. Like I like this direction in terms of like the vision that they had, and like I feel like they executed it really well, you know what I mean? Like especially calling it Retaliation. Like I think that's such a cool way to like, I don't know, like just to go about it, you know what I mean? Like, but then again, like that's why the writing was so good, because again, like it was a very specific kind of writing, you know, very specific punchlines, very specific just lyrics in general. So I think artists did a really good job, man. Really, really good job. So with that said, make sure you follow them on SoundCloud. They are 5 away from 190. And of course, make sure you follow them on Twitter. They are approaching 200, literally 3 away. So make sure you go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. Make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 Subaroonies. We are less than 10 away from 200 on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love, my friends. And of course, man, if you're already subbed, we appreciate you. And thank you for showing love to the Music Mondays podcast, my friends. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, with that said, let's continue on. Huge shout out to ours. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. It's been a while since we've heard from Zeph, aka Philo Inc., and a group and very talented hip hop collective here. Zeph submitted a track titled "Still Alive." Okay, it's been a while. It's been a while. It's definitely been like a month or two, so I'm definitely excited to see what they've been up to for sure. It looks like this is off the track. Okay, yeah. Wait, this is off a project. Okay, yeah. I see what they're on. 11 tracks. Damn, 36 minutes. They submitted "Still Alive." Okay, let's get into it. Zeph, Philip, Still Alive.
Yo, what if I died and I was still alive? Seeing islands for eternity. Why did they bury me? Empty terminal with no pilot, purgatory, hearing tears. Get low and thinking why they hadn't heard me. I'm fine where I'm going, but I ain't gone yet. Every breath is a prize like an oversized check. Group exercise a stretch. I flew solo to myself too much. I regret, I admit, I feared the title reject. But you put a CD on a record player, and neither is defective. Ain't take a detective to decipher my visions. I just can't explain what was written off the cuff, awkward position. Might be autism, relating feels rough, never got a word for the symptoms. Always felt kind words conditional. My back ain't itchy, leave me alone. No favors I can give through a phone. What's FOMO to a crystal ball? I ain't miss shit, I seen it all happen. Unravel, passion, I'd rather get my craft up to gravel. What happens outside it, my fault. Been cold to the touch, my eyes is unfocused. They talking, I'm thinking about promotion. I'm thinking about how the fuck I wrote this. I'm tweaking over every line, tweaking lines 4 in the morning. Sleepless in depth the same. I just won't see light after a night of rewrite. Just go insane forever. Rehearse the same lines forever. Catch myself as a rapper. Long as I remember, everything rhymes forever. Life schemes and sabotage myself, it all comes together. Impeccable planner, calculators been jealous since I was advocates. Perfect make weak habits. Practice makes a grown man rabid. This foreshadow of a doubt, maybe it's all fade to blackness and I'll see myself out. What if inside ain't practice? There's a fraud in my house. If God audits my soul, will he let me in his house? Good Lord, I don't fear the rapture. I don't fear the rappers. I don't hear inside angels. When my heart beats faster, I just write towards right in my heart. I don't believe in your impact on my art. I don't believe in let me speak after. And that's part of the deal. The narrative proved me wrong. What cards you can steal? Is the booth always on? If I said I'm sorry for real, even right when it's convenient, would you believe my words? Or see that I don't mean it? Cause I don't fucking mean it. Yo.
Holy shit. Jesus. My lord, man. Holy fuck. That motherfucker destroyed that. Destroyed that. Instrumental reminds me of the MF Doom one. I agree. Yeah, hell yeah. No, it's a great comparison. That's a great comparison. Sheesh. Okay, so let's break this one down, man. We're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Still Alive. So, let's talk instrumental. Instrumental kind of takes like a simpler approach, but I think it's still really well done, especially in terms of drums and kind of structure. But let's dive into it. So, let's talk mix. Mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing at all. Definitely leveled. Like chat mentioned, the sample's pretty crazy for sure. I like the way vocals sit, definitely. Drums are very, very solid. I don't really have any gripes with this mix either, to be honest with you. Drums knock just enough. I definitely feel like the sample was really well utilized. Yeah, no, I can't really recall anything that I'm like, oof, ah, you know what I mean? Or like, oof, nah, not at all. I definitely think the sample's like really well done. And the overall mix is perfect, to be fair. So the instrumental mix is solid. Shining Star, definitely the sample. Definitely the sample. The drums gave it the bounce that it needed, but the sample was everything, giving it that like dark, almost like classic organic hip hop feel. You know what I mean? Very like original with like a modern kind of sound, for sure. Definitely. More modern take on it, if you will. So again, instrumental solid, definitely the drums, or no, I'm sorry, definitely the sample. But the drums are definitely a close second though, for sure. Let's talk vocals. So vocal mix is great. It has that like raw kind of like style to it, but it's still crispy. It's still nice and leveled. It's not like super raw where it sounds like it was like recorded in like, you know, like a bathroom or something. But it has that raw effect, and I think they did a really good job kind of like letting that hang out for a bit for sure. So yeah, instrumental definitely fucking solid. Again, definitely a sample. Vocal mix really solid. Sits well, everything cuts through nicely. No other gripes. I definitely like the raw feel it has to it, but it stays crispy for sure. Vocal Shining Star. I mean, it'd be a shame to not say writing, but flow and cadence is crazy for like how long it's like 2:30, bro. 2:30 straight. Like the flow and cadence is like insane. Like, so I don't know, man. Writing, but like flow and cadence is like it's a tough one. The writing is filled with a lot of bars and a lot of punchlines. But the flow and cadence is kept up throughout the whole yeah, no breathing challenge. Yeah, literally, like that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like almost the flow and cadence is almost more impressive, if you want to use that word. I feel like it's kind of like a lazy way to describe it, but I feel like it's more telling on this track. Because like I was saying in the last submission, writing is one thing, but if you can deliver and perform the writing in a like proper way, I think that means way more. So yeah, definitely flow and cadence for me, definitely. So instrumental solid, definitely sample. A vocal solid, definitely flow and cadence. Let's talk theme. So Terminal is the title of this project, and man, oh man, oh man, what a fucking cover! Like, it has this ominous feel to it, but it's super like simple. And I don't know, something about it is slightly creepy, but it also like adds to like a lot of like it's very what's the word? Slightly simple, but it makes you wonder. It has a lot of like question mark kind of feel to it for sure. And that's what I really like about that. So the album cover choice, regardless, is still excellent. Like, definitely excellent. Overall theme, still alive. Definitely off of the first punchline right out the gate is where the track title came from, but there definitely wasn't like a clear, like, okay, this is the theme and let's, try to stay on theme throughout the whole track. I definitely think this is definitely more of a showcase of lyricism, delivery skill, and overall just like a show of skill in general, of like how well like everything here can be done as far as like raw rap. You know what I mean? Like real raw underground rap. Because you don't hear shit like that often that's like as well done as that. There's like a select few artists that definitely come through Music Mondays and have their fair share of like different underground rap, but this one definitely is up there for me as far as like being unique, but also having like the delivery and like the confidence that like a lot of this like underground rap needs. You know what I mean? And the fact that the instrumental is also a mix of kind of like old school rap kind of feel mixed with like a lot of modern sounds, which I also think is really important. So like it's a great combination of everything going on here, and I can imagine the rest of the project is definitely fucking crazy for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Zeph and Philip. Thank you so much for the submission, my friends. Much love. Make sure you follow them on Spotify, and of course make sure you follow Zeph on Twitter. They are literally four followers away from 900. Man, that is a great milestone. So with that said, make sure you follow Zeph on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 subscribers on the main channel, man. We're less than 10 away. So make sure you go show some love to the channel and these artists. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff's available over there. So consider subscribing if you have not already. And if you already have, we appreciate you. And thank you so much for supporting Music Mondays. So, shout out to Zeph, man. But up next, we got the homie Bloodcat. Now, Bloodcat is back in action, submitting to the Music Mondays podcast. We had their first submission in quite a while. I think it was last week or the week before. But they are back with another submission, my friends. And Bloodcat has been really been known as a multi-genre, multi-talented artist. But I'm kind of curious to see what this week's submission is like. I'm definitely curious for sure. So let's pop this open a new tab and see what we got here. So we have some exclusive unreleased Bloodcat. Okay, this has not been heard anywhere. All right. Engineered by Lil Snoozer. Recorded in my cell. Holy shit. Damn. So we got BCat back on the cell recording. Man. Let's see what we got here. Bloodcat, yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Exclusive Music Mondays premiere.
But life moves, so I had a double stunt. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Shooter in the backseat, groupies in the front. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Twice upon a time, but I can only love her once. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Stepping like a night, festing everywhere I want. Yeah, bitch, I do what 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 I want. What? Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. What? Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. What? Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. What? Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. What? Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. Yeah, I'm flexing anything I want. And I'm a skinny nigga talk down on a nigga like you really talk. I'm looking up like you not get the kitty involved. Don't swing on a nigga like I'm playing in golf. I'ma make either rich like she a commie and all. Run up on you, brother, like a layup and ball. My bitch is out of this world. I done got me a call. Said I'm dancing to the bill.
The ad-libs, bro.
Ice your wrist like I'm shucking corn. When you tramping out of 5 below, you can't hard. Ice the neck and put my dick inside the freezer. Close the door, set his life scared step. We can cut when you can cut me a check. Jump a nigga down, jump on the bed. Sorry, I'm surprised, keep on bumping my head. That lick with each other like the guns in the bed. And the kid keeps stuff between the buns and the bread. She did a little bitty bump, now I'm stuck in her head. But I don't talk to bitches cause my name isn't Ted. She did a little bitty bump, now she's stuck in my head. With the sorry, I'm surprised, keep on bumping my head. What? On a nigga like a hanger. They can't have to wait a month to wait another banger. I brought my baby and my baby brought the danger. Leave the eye full of holes like a stranger.
The ad libs, bro.
Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. 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 Yeah, bitch, I do what I want.
What the fuck, bro? The fact the ad libs are awesome, but yeah, nah, like the fact that Bloodcat is really out here like getting this done while being locked up. Not only is that a first for Music Mondays, but brother, this is a Music Mondays OG. Like Bloodcat was submitting to Music Mondays, I think, before we hit 100 episodes. Like, this is pretty crazy. This is pretty crazy. This is the second track they have recorded from Lockup as well, man. So it's like, shit, bro. But like, I can almost hear him on this. Like, with this exact instrumental, I could hear his vocals, I could hear everything, you know what I mean? Like, damn, Bloodcat's gonna come out and go so fucking crazy, bro. Wow. Okay, so we'll break this down to the best of our ability, right? I mean, we're not gonna break down the mix because the motherfucker's recording on a damn phone, so not much to critique there. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but either way, let's break it down. So, we're gonna talk about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme. Yeah, bitch, I do what I want. I can't be having excuses for not dropping more. That's right, baby. That's right. This motherfucker's out here locked up and shit. Yeah, so instrumental is solid. A really solid choice by Bloodcat either way. Yeah. I've always liked Bloodcat's choices with these like alternative trap, alternative pop-esque kind of instrumentals. But the mix is solid. Again, nothing clashing too overbearing at all. Drums though. Drums are crazy on this instrumental. Yeah. Nah, drums all day. I like the melody. The melody gives it a little like club effect a little bit, but it's like the drums give it that like hard plug-ish alternate trap like kind of style that Bloodcat really embodies. So that's kind of why I'm gonna go with drums, definitely, and especially how everything cuts through nicely. Vocals sit. I mean, vocals definitely sit, especially for phone vocals for sure. Yeah. So okay, shit. So instrumental mix definitely solid. Shining Star is definitely the drums all day. More specifically the drum patterns. I really like the drum patterns a lot. Let's talk vocals. Mix, I mean, for what this mix is, right? I mean, the motherfucker recorded it on a damn jail phone, so it's not like we're gonna sit here and be like, yeah, you could raise the vocals a little bit more. Like, bro, what the fuck you want from Bloodcat? So it's like, okay, like, with all that said, I like what the engineer did for like what they had to work with. You know what I'm saying? I think for what they had to work with, I love the effort. And I love the fact that Bloodcat's not letting life stop him from recording and putting out music and keeping their name alive. Like, that shit's fucking important. You know what I mean? And the fact that they just want to put out art. You know what I mean? And like, I just think that speaks volumes. It really does. It speaks volumes to like how much Bloodcat really does care about this shit. For real. Definitely. So, one thing I can see being really crazy on this track when it's recorded in the studio is the flow and cadence. You know what I mean? Like, the flow and cadence is going to be a whole different world, like, especially like the hook. So like, because like even the flow and cadence now, I heard it. Like, I heard a final already. You know what I mean? I could see where Bloodcat was going with this, so it's gonna be a no-brainer to like come back and really snap on this. But flow and cadence for this version was great, definitely. So instrumental solid, definitely drums. Vocal solid for being cell vocals. Definitely flow and cadence. Overall theme. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics are always great, man. Like no matter where Bloodcat is in life, Bloodcat's always gonna come through with some fucking aesthetics that are like Bloodcat to a T. And this one definitely like hits the mark. Especially with like the dollar signs at the bottom and like the cat with the crowd, bro. Like you could have picked a better one. You couldn't have. At all. So I like the cover choice, definitely. Overall theme, yeah, bitch, I do what I want is quite literally like the theme. But Bloodcat definitely like didn't give a fuck, especially in the verses. You know what I mean? Just like do what I want because I'm BCat type shit. And it's just like a fuck it turn up song for sure. But Bloodcat has always done really well with these kinds of tracks, but they tend to fill them with a lot of like insane lyrics and punchlines as well. So this one's definitely redeeming in that aspect. But also at the same time, you can't critique it too hard because Bloodcat really didn't get a chance to like go as hard as they wanted to for this. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm definitely big on this. And sheesh. With that said, a huge shout out to Bloodcat. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Stay motherfucking safe. And make sure you go show some love to motherfucking Bloodcat, man. Bloodcat is 4 followers away from 1.3 on SoundCloud. Literally fucking 4, bro. Go show Bloodcat some love, man. I'm sure we'll be seeing Bloodcat very, very soon. And of course, make sure you follow Cat Calls Fashion on Twitter. They are 6 away from 10, man. Go show motherfucking Bloodcat some love on their Twitter, bro. God damn. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 200 subscribers on the main channel, so make sure you go show these artists and the main channel some love, man. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of good stuff's available over there on the main channel. So help us get to 200. I think we're less than 10 away, 9 or 8 away. So make sure you go show us some love over there on YouTube. But with that said, let's get into it, chat. So up next, we got the homie Lil Teflon. Now it's been like a month or so since we've heard from Lil Teflon. Super talented hip hop vocalist. Submitted a track titled "I'm From New York" featuring Quest. Huh. Okay, let's see what we got here, chat. 4 minutes and 50. Okay, damn. Okay, so we got the YouTube link this time. Okay. 5 days ago. 5 days ago. Okay. Couple comments, some love. Okay, we love that. All right, let's see what we got here. New song titled "I'm From New York," produced by D Blaze the Pyro, recorded by me and my bro Quest at Brick House Studios. Available now on all streaming platforms. Okay. Let's get it. Lil Teflon, "I'm From New York," featuring Quest. Let's go.
Yeah, LILTFLON. Once again, I'm from NY. Yeah, we be racing to the money. We won't stop until we get it. Got a
Okay.
sneaky lane. What you think? Yeah, she let me hit it. And I'm coming from the city. See my blue Yankee fitted. Watch your back in these streets. Cause you know this shit get wicked. So it's fuck how you feel. Now I gotta keep it real. If my niggas do a crime, I'ma keep my lips sealed. I'm just trying to climb the charts when it shine in the dark. Everybody got their own story. This is my part. Either my crib or telly. So in the deli. Titty looking like balloons. Ass shaking like some jelly. She a wetty. Gotta treat her right. Provider with some ice. You shooting dice. Trying to play niggas, gaming with your life until I'm gun stop. Bustin' everybody start running 911. Hear that sirens, now police coming. It's some fucked up shit, but you know that's how it is. It always happens in the hood. It's even worse when it's kids. Gotta watch how you move, gotta watch who you go around. We've been booking forever, yeah, they know I come from the town. She tell me, Poppy, don't stop. A couple more rounds, sit the drink and you know I'm down. Never mess with your homie girl, that's a no-no. You break the boko, you see us running from the popo. We go local, when I step up rockin' polo, you see the logo. She bounces up and down like a yo-yo. So it's all Peter Pop, the smoke and never clear. You lost so many fallen soldiers, wanna drop a tear. When you gon' do some shit, nobody ever care. But fuck that shit, just want the money and I'll disappear. Yeah, I'm from
Damn.
Rep it till I die, till I die. Throw your hands up, nigga, keep 'em high, keep 'em high. Gotta get to it, gotta stay fly, stay fly. Real love is something money can't buy, can't buy. Never be afraid, look 'em in they eye, in they eye. Get shit poppin' like the 4th of July, of July. They won't beef, I don't know why they try, why they try. They hit on me and I wanna know why, know why.
Small thing to a giant like burgers and fries. Man, I'm coming so extra like a deluxe. I can't stop, man, so we going up. Oh, you already know a volcano's gotta erupt. I mean, yeah, like lava. Make it lit like MacGyver. Jigging and finessing. Gotta get it, man, learn lessons. 25 years, 26, 27. Damn, that's a blessing.
Yeah.
Steady just flexing. Gotta run it up, man. What you suggesting? Fuck it. For the love of the money, I gotta get it. And shorty, she bound to suck it. I'm coming off the top, I'm lit like a function. You already know, man, it be making it hard to. But damn, sometimes I just stay in the zone. I gotta get it, yeah, this shit really go on and on. I mean, damn, nah, they tryna just clone. I mean, niggas can't copy the style, plagiarizing. We run it up and get it. I mean, damn, nah, no time for writing. I switched the page, I probably put my phone down. I was in the days, I do this shit for days.
I'm from NY, rep it till I die, till I die. Throw your hands up, nigga, keep 'em high, keep 'em high. Gotta get to it, gotta stay fly, stay fly. Real love is something money can't buy, can't buy. Never be afraid, look 'em in they eye, in they eye. Get shit poppin' like the 4th of July, of July. They won't beef, I don't know why they try, why they try. They hit on me and I wanna know why, know why.
Fat ass, tell her give me the math. Baby girl, what's up? Hold on, wait, is you throwing it back? I mean, shit, that's how I just rap. Like the 90s though, niggas know what's up, niggas grimy though, or damn. Or stay away from me, I don't move slimy, bro. Cause you already know I'm with the geysers. Money gotta run it up, we so survivor. Nah, I know Destiny's Child, but I'm destined to win. I gotta get it, man. You can tell by my smell how I grin. I gotta do my thing, and man, shit, food for thought. I ain't talking about no fruits and shit, but labor. I gotta put it in, shit, no favors. Handouts, damn, you a man now. Gotta get a plan now. Now you found your damn route. Yeah, that's how you get it though. I gotta stay on go, and that's just all I know.
Talk to him.
Paper chasing on the grind now, damn, where we from? New York, Brooklyn, boy. Yeah, I'm a Brooklyn boy, Crooklyn boy. Or damn nigga, shit get tookin', boy. You stay on your go, stay on your grind and protect your shit. I mean, damn, hold on, wait. They tried to kill my innocence at a young age. I mean, yeah, the cops came in, ran in my crib at 5 p.m. or a.m. I forgot, man, that shit just had me dazed in. I was like, damn, I can't stop till we at the hotel. No days in, oh shit, man, no days off. Rest in peace to take off, full gas, I took the brakes off.
Bro.
From NY, rep it till I die, till I die. Throw your hands up, nigga, keep 'em high, keep 'em high. Gotta get to it, gotta stay fly, stay fly. Real love is something money can't buy, can't buy. Never be afraid, look 'em in they eye, in they eye. Get shit poppin' like the 4th of July, of July. They won't beef, I don't know why they try, why they try. They hit on me and I wanna know why, know why.
Bro, they both went the fuck off for almost 5 minutes. For almost 5 minutes. Holy shit. Well fucking done. Wow. Before we dive into this, you guys are fucking hilarious in the chat. I'm reading all your messages. I just interrupted the vibes of Imagine Dragons, bro. Please. Hey, Twitch has to get out ahead. Hey, man, they gotta get that back somehow. So, fun fact, any ads you guys watch on my channel, if you're not subbed, the majority of that revenue goes to me and the Music Mondays channel. So, the ads that you're watching definitely help us out like a ton. Twitch barely gets any of that revenue. We get the majority of it. So, if you watch those ads, that helps the channel a lot, definitely. But then, of course, if you get sick of ads, you can always sub. You know what I mean? So, whatever you guys want to do. But just know that you're not watching ads for Twitch. You know, so don't worry about that. But with that said, let's break this one down. So we're gonna talk about 3 things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of I'm From New York. I mean, the theme is relatively obvious here, but you know. So yeah, let's talk instrumental. Instrumental's great. Mix is fucking stellar. I love the drums. Everything's nice and level, nothing clashing too overbearing at all. I'm big on this, you know what I mean? Like, it has that, like, old school, like, New York kind of feel to it a little bit, but it has, like, a modern take on drums, which I feel like, you know, melodies and samples like this really need. Because if you're not kind of like bringing like a different style of drums, it's just like meh. Oh, I just realized that this is the extended version too, by the way. Shit, like even if it wasn't extended, to be honest with you, like, yeah, like I even still like this version, to be honest. But yeah, instrumental mix is fucking great, especially the drums. Definitely the drums, but the overall instrumental mix is stellar for sure. Shining Star, the instrumental. I love the drums a lot, but again, the way that the melody and like the overall like instrumental was structured are definitely underrated. Definitely underrated. But the drums played such a crucial part, especially to like the bounce and like that hard like New York kind of feel. So yeah, definitely the drums. Definitely the drums for sure. So instrumental solid, definitely the drums. Let's talk vocals. So vocal mix for Teflon and Quest were really solid. Again, kind of taking that raw approach, but they don't sound like super out of place or anything like that. I'm big on this vocal mix. Both of them sound really solid on this instrumental. Everything cuts through nicely. Yeah, no, I'm really comfortable with this vocal mix as far as like how they presented this song as well. Like I feel like the mix is perfect for sure. So vocal mix solid. Shining Star, man. I feel like the writing was insane throughout the whole track. So writing's kind of easy to be like, yeah, writing was definitely Shining Star. But to be honest with you, definitely the flow and cadence from both of them. Like the flow and cadence on this beat made this like even if you didn't like the bars, like you were bopping your head because of the flow. You know what I mean? Like you were for sure bopping your head because of the flow, especially if like you were in the studio or you like heard this in the whip or anything like that. Makes you want to start moving for sure. So definitely flow and cadence and delivery. I feel like they both did a really, really good job for sure. Writing's a close second though. Let's talk theme. So cover art's on your screen now. I love the concept too. Like you just kind of take this like old style New York photo and it feels like a 2010s cover, except again more modern. And like has like a bit of like a crop and like, you know, they just shifted everything and I don't know, like I just love the pizzazz of it for sure. I really love the pizzazz of it. And it feels like not like a New York cover, but it feels like a rare underground cover is what it feels like, to be honest with you. And like sticking the parental advisory like right in the middle of the street, I just thought that was like a nice touch as well. You know what I mean? Like it's just the small things, man. It really is just the small things. So, aesthetics definitely on point, but the overall theme, I'm from New York, is quite literally Teflon and Quest, like describing the ins and outs of New York, whether it be violence, street life, family life, home life. Like, bro, like the East Coast in general, right? But New York, Boston, you know, sometimes even Providence can be like a real like, because like we're based out in the East Coast, right? And you know, it's a very like interesting kind of vibe, you know what I mean? Very different from the West Coast for sure. So yeah, I feel like they nailed it, bringing that like cold East Coast New York kind of feel, but at the same time they were very modern with it. Like it doesn't feel like a track from the 80s, and I think that's like what this kind of rap needs, is like it more modern punchlines, more modern samples, more, but you can still keep it OG like gangster rap, but you just need to modernize it a little bit more, you know what I mean? And I think Teflon did a really good job with that. So with that said, huge shout out to Teflon. Teflon is approaching 2.3 on YouTube, my friends, so make sure you go show Teflon some love. And of course, make sure you follow Lil Teflon on Twitter. They are literally 4 followers away from 520, man. Go show them some love on the Bird app. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 100. We're approaching 200, man. Once we get to 200, I'm never going to have to say 100 again. Ever. But we're approaching 200 subscribers on the main channel, man. So if you haven't subscribed, please consider do so. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, underground tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel. So go show these artists and the main channel some love, my friends. So let's continue on. I believe we only have like 3 submissions left for the night. I believe TZ's promo doesn't follow us. Yeah, TZ's promo. Feel free to send us a follow, and we'll be happy to react to your submission. I'll expand upon that in a bit. But up next, we have the homie Oathkeeper, who's been hanging out in the chat all motherfucking night. Huge shout out to everybody that's been hanging out in the chat too, by the way. Like, you guys are fucking amazing. Like, let's fucking go. Thank you for chilling out. But we got the homie Oathkeeper, and they submitted a full EP, I believe. Or no. They submitted a track titled Sparks. Damn. Okay. All right, so now Oathkeeper, a very, very talented, multi-talented actually artist. I think this is only like their 2nd or 3rd submission ever for the Music Mondays podcast. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to dive into some more Oathkeeper for sure. Man, oh man. Let's oh shit, we gotta give Oathkeeper a follow, man. I mean to ego you like that, bro. Yeah, so let's get into it. Oathkeeper, Sparks. Cover is definitely crazy. Oh man. I love like the instrumental, like the drum break is actually insane. Yeah, like and I love the touch of like letting it ride out at the end, like, and you didn't like force another like vocal section in there. Nah, like this was really laid out perfectly. Okay, so let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Sparks. Let's talk instrumental, my friends. So, mix is fucking great, especially with like how much is going on here, right? The drums, the mel, even the vocals, like nothing is really affected by the instrumental whatsoever. And honestly, that just means that the instrumental mix is really well done. So, again, with as much action as it has going for it, I love the instrumental mix for sure. Nothing clashing, too overbearing, nice and level. Crisp, well-rounded. No gripes, to be honest with you. Like, I'm trying to think. Nah. As far as the instrumental goes, really solid. Really, really solid. Instrumental Shining Star. So, I love the drums. I think the mel plays a really big part here. Really solid canvas for everything that was laid out after it, right? But I think the thing that got me about the instrumental was the structure. Like, it's almost like a roller coaster that, like if you notice in the waveform, it just goes up and it doesn't stop. It's just like a roller coaster. And I felt like the song ended at its peak. And I think that's what some songs need, you know what I mean? Like, some songs kind of just cut it off right at the top as the instrumental and the vocals progress. You know what I mean? So I think there's something to be said there about that. So structure is probably one of those underrated topics about this instrumental that you could gloss over a lot talking about the drums. The drums are a close second, 100%. But the structure and how everything's laid out here is really tippable. Really tippable. So instrumental solid, definitely the structure. Let's talk vocals. You know, for what vocals there were, they were finely tuned and finely placed. Like, I like the mix as well. Again, nothing clashing too overbearing. Everything sat nicely. Everything cut through nicely. No, like, weird frequencies or anything like that. I definitely don't think that there was anything like, oof, you know what I mean? Like, kind of about that. And of course, like, you know, at least some part of mixing is all preference, right? Like, obviously, there's an argument to be made about quality. But, you know, mixing is somewhat of a preference too, right? So you always got to keep that in mind. At least we do here on the show, is to where certain mixes are just preference rather than is like a, you know, anything else. So again, vocal mix, excellent. Flow and cadence, though, matched up perfectly. I like the writing, but the flow and cadence gave it that, like, digital alternate pop, kind of like anti-pop almost. Like, it was mixing so many genres that the flow and cadence matched up perfectly. And, like, I don't think you could have picked a better flow and cadence. I mean, sure, in theory you could have, but, like, could it been, like, delivered any better with the lyrics that you had written down? It's up for debate, you know what I mean? So that's why I say flow and cadence is pretty important here. And I think you did a really good job with that, for sure. So, instrumental solid. Definitely structure. Vocals are solid. Definitely flow and cadence. I love the delivery. Let's talk theme. So, aesthetics. I've definitely given some thoughts on this cover before, but again, this has been the theme of, like, all tonight, but sometimes less is more. And this is, again, the definition of that. Because you have the blank, like, black background canvas, neon text in the bottom right. And it's just so faded and like, filtered and affected over. But it's not overdone. It's not deep fried. It's not... It says EP to me, and I totally think it's EP worthy. And, of course, you know, covers, again, more of a preference thing, you know what I mean? So I'm big on that cover, especially for a project. The overall theme, I mean, Sparks, the title, probably has, like, some sort of significance to Oathkeeper, right? But I think the overall theme is definitely, like, somewhat relatable to most people, and even if you're not relating to it, you definitely, like, want to party to this. Like, you could totally throw this on at a house party or like an underground club or some small club, and it would go dumb hard. It would go dumb fucking hard. So it's a mix between, you know, drawing an emotional line and, you know, as a vocalist, you needing to, like, get things off your chest and write out things and wanting to make a song about certain things, mixed with the fact that it's an absolute, like, bop, like it makes you bounce, like it makes you want to move, like it has that effect to it, you know what I mean? Like, lyrically, you could find some personal sadness, like, especially if, like, you resonate and you relate, and then you're gonna be brought right back up with how much of, like, the instrumental makes you want to move. So it's the best of both worlds here, and I think crossing those two lines is, like, such a good thing to do. You know what I mean? So, like, I always like the yin and... Yes, I agree, Oathkeeper. I agree. Lo-fi is literally intentionally fucking up the set. Yeah. Yes. Definitely agree with... Both of you guys are spitting right now. 100% spitting. 100%. I definitely agree, Oathkeeper, though. I definitely agree. The sad lyrics mixed with, like, the happy, upbeat instrumentals. That's one of the first things that I've just noticed about certain genres that mix so well. You know what I mean? It really does. So I'm glad you pointed that out. But with that said, Huge shout out to Oathkeeper. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Oathkeeper on SoundCloud. They are 5 away, man. 5 away from 80. And of course, make sure you follow Oathkeeper on Twitter. They are approaching 460, man. Only 8 away. Go show Oathkeeper some love on the bird, man. Shit. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 200 Subaroonies. We are less than 10 away from 200 on the channel, man. So go show some love to the Music Mondays channel. And of course, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel. So make sure you go show these artists and the main channel some love, my friends. So let's hop right back into it. And we got Oathkeeper coming through with a gifted sub. Let's get it, baby. Holy shit. Oathkeeper showing some love to Cole. Let's get it, my friend. Holy shit. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. Much love, my friend. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. We are 6 out of 10 on the sub goal now, chat. Let's get it, baby. You did not have to do that, my friend. Much love for sticking through the night, and thank you for coming through and showing love, my friend. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. That won't go forgotten. Much love, my friend. Of course I did. Let's fucking get it, baby. Thank you, my friend. Yo, y'all are the best. Thanks for everything. No, thank you for your submission. And even if you guys just tune in, you know what I mean? Never feel pressured to sub or anything like that. We just appreciate you guys just coming through the vibe. So much love, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for going above and beyond. Appreciate it. Truly. So 3 submissions left for the night, chat. Up next, we got the homie Grapes Remix, aka Lil Caesar, a very talented alternative producer. They've been diving into multiple different styles, but they're mostly known for funk and alternative funk and dark trap. So let's see what Lil Caesar has for us tonight. They submitted a track titled Mescaline in Slot Machines. Darkwave Shadow Vapor Trap by Lil Caesar. Come for your daily dose of mescaline and slot machines at Caesar's Palace. Please enjoy your stay. Mixed master and engineered by me. Covered by the talented E. Okay. This is chill, bro. Nice. Oh, of course, always lots of love in the comments. For sure. Let's get into it. Lil Caesar, Mescaline in Slot Machines. I agree. crazy. Someone said the hats are fucking crazy, and like I specifically listened, and yeah, they weren't wrong. They weren't fucking wrong. I love the art though a lot. Gives like Vegas in the Void kind of vibes. Nice long solid outro. I like that a lot. Okay, man. Well fucking done. I love breaking down these instrumentals. Like we don't get many instrumental submissions anymore, but fuck, these are the ones that we do it for. Okay, like this one right here is shit. All right, so we're gonna talk about three things. Or no, I'm sorry, we're gonna talk about two things because no vocals. We're gonna talk about the instrumental and talk about the overall theme of Mescaline and Slot Machines. So the instrumental itself, the mix is fucking great. I mean, mix master engineered by me. Not really a shocker that it sounds really crisp. I mean, literally everything we've reacted to from Little Caesar has been really stellar. Like, no rough edges, no weird frequencies, nothing clashing with each other, nothing too much, nothing at all. Like, this is definitely one prod that I think of that always has like a solid, well done mix. It's not like overdoing it, it's not underdoing it, it's just like hitting the mark. So mix is really stellar on this for sure. Shining Star. So the sample utilization is really good. It's not like too much at all. The mel's really solid. It's got this real like ambient effect to it. But these drums are crazy, bro. Like these drums are just crazy. Like it'd be a shame if I said the drums weren't the Shining Star here. Like especially like the structure. I feel like the drums are like overall the Shining Star, but I feel like the structure is a very like an underrated topic, if I'm being honest with you. But the drums are top tier for sure. Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely agree. But again, structure's right behind it. So I'm gonna go ahead and say drums, but the structure's definitely right behind it, for sure. Let's talk theme. And this art is so well done, man. I love how Lil Caesar goes above and beyond for their art, too. Like, this is a prod that I'm such a fan of because we need more prods out here like this, putting out solo instrumentals with solo themes and actually giving a fuck. Like, this is perfect. And this is, like, what we need in the producer scene. This is what we need everywhere. You know what I mean? So, like, shit. But as far as this cover goes and like what this means to this track, perfect. Really like a solid choice, to be honest with you. And the artist did a really good job. Eternal definitely did a really good job. Like I said, it brings that Vegas like in the void or like in a dream kind of vibe or something like that. It's so bizarre. But the overall theme, Mescaline and Slot Machines, I mean, come on now. Pretty self-explanatory, but like I almost feel like the cover expands upon the idea about it more. So like I love Little Caesar's themes and like what they do with like their tracks, right? Because you don't need vocals to like come up with a theme. You can just feel Damn, okay. It should just cut off like that. Holy shit, Troy. God damn. All right. What a fucking progression too. Like Troy has upgraded the style a lot, man. Like, wow. All right, so you guys know the drill. Let's break this down. We're gonna talk about two things. Talk about the instrumental, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of One of a Kind. So, mix is great, especially for the drums and like how much this is kind of got a interesting kind of structure. Mix again, solid, nothing clashing to overbearing. Drums cut through nice. Everything kind of has its own space. Again, structure solid. Not a gripe at all, to be honest with you, when it comes to the mix. Yeah, no, mix is solid. Definitely a solid mix. Shining Star. I'm big on the structure, but the drums got that bop. The drums just make you want to move again for sure. It definitely brings the dance kind of club atmosphere a little bit too. Almost like a good summertime track as well. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say drums. Drums are a huge part of this, but melody's probably a close second though. Melody's definitely really important here. So probably drums and then melody's like a close second. I like the melody a lot. It's definitely underrated. So let's talk theme. One of a Kind. Aesthetics. I love this cover. Like Troy used to be like one of those like just throw whatever as the cover, and now Troy's like expanded upon it a bit more, and Troy's just been like, fuck it, like I'm just gonna try and do shit. This is another one. Good choice. You know what I mean? Simple, minimalistic, effective. I like that a lot. Troy Van Dusen at the top, One of a Kind at the bottom. Well done. You know what I mean? So aesthetics on point. Overall theme, One of a Kind. I mean, these are certain track titles from producers that kind of mean more to them than they do like the song itself. And that's the great thing about releasing instrumentals or being a producer is you can really do whatever you want with certain tracks, you know what I mean? This is definitely one that gives me the vibe that this is more of a sentimental, personal title than it is like a one of a kind of like, or realistically, they could be talking about like one of a kind instrumental or one of a kind X, Y, or Z. There's a couple directions you could go here with Troy, but yeah, I definitely think they nailed it as far as the theme goes and the aesthetics for sure, definitely. Well fucking done, my friend. Well done. It's such an upgrade from Troy, man. Let's go. So with that said, huge shout out to Troy Van Dusen. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Troy on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Troy on Twitter. They are approaching 1.1K on Twitter, man. Go show Troy some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 sub-earnings on the main channel, my friends. Yeah, we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday, every Saturday, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff's available over there on the channel, man. So, go show us some love on the channel. And, if you already have been, we appreciate you, and I see you personally, so thank you for showing love to the Music Mondays channel. One submission left from the homie, Ghost Candy. You've been chilling in the chat all night, been hanging out, let's fucking get it. And, before we get into Ghost Candy, Teasy's promo, of course, you do not follow the Music Mondays homepage on Twitter, so feel free to drop us a follow, and we'll be happy to react to your track, because of course we never charge for submissions, and the only thing that we do ask is that you're following us before you submit. So feel free to resubmit next week, and we'll be happy to react to your track, of course. But like I said, Ghost Candy, they submitted a track titled Life in Space. New album just dropped. Let's see what we got here, chat. Okay. Yeah, let's see here. So, wait, did you link a whole project? I mean, yeah, let's see what we got. I mean, fuck. Yeah, why not? Let's see what we got here. Ghost Candy, Life in Space. The switch up there was crazy. Okay. Solid outro for sure. Solid outro. Okay, so this is gonna be a little hard to break down because obviously we have like a full project here, right? So, um, now, wait, Life in Space. So wait, this was a 7-minute track? This wasn't a full album? Wait, am I faded? I am definitely faded. What? Motherfucking 7-minute instrumental? Holy shit. I thought this was a whole project in one fight. What the fuck? Holy hell. I thought that was the whole project. What? Because I've seen people do that. It's where they like fucking they'll like stuff like 40 tracks into like one WAV file. You know what I mean? And I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck's going on here? But wait, so you just dropped a 10-track a 10-track project. Out the window, it's all digital. What the fuck? Wait, yeah, so this is kind of crazy. Okay, so wow, lots to kind of dive into here. Yeah, we're gonna have to fucking dive into the whole project at this point, chat. Like, what the fuck, man? Holy hit. Okay. Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah, so this is like crazy. I like the direction that you're going in a lot. Okay. So, let's break this down. Shit, we're gonna talk about two things because obviously no vocals. We're talking about the instrumental and we're talking about the overall theme of Life in Space. So, the instrumental mix is fucking great, especially with how many like transitions and drops and switch ups there are here, bro. Like the mix is insane. And for 7 minutes too, like 7 minutes straight, there's not one dull moment. I mean, like, we'll get to it. But as far as the mix goes, 10 out of 10. I like the drums a lot. The mells were great. It brings like this very much like a vaporwave yet alternate pop, kind of like you tagged it dance EDM, like more dance a little bit, I guess. But the mix brings that out a lot more. It brings it out a lot more. So the mix here is like really solid. Nice and loud, super crisp. Nothing was like fighting for space. Drums knock. Yeah, no. Totally no gripes with this mix whatsoever. So the mix is solid. Shining Star, I mean, it'd be kind of silly to say drums because there's 7 minutes worth of drums and they switch up a lot. So structure here is very slept on, especially as far as like an instrumental goes, because this track is 7 minutes. And there's a lot of switch ups, there's a lot of dips, but the thing is if you can keep a listener engaged for the whole 7 minutes, you've made the perfect instrumental. And like it just continues to prove the fact that like if you do instrumentals the right way, you don't need a vocalist as a producer. You know what I mean? Like if you do this the proper way, you can make whole songs like this on your own without an inch of vocals. So it's like, you know what I mean? There's a lot to consider here. So structure all day definitely shows that this is like not repetitive. You're not like getting sick of it like 5 minutes in. It has like longevity to it. It definitely has longevity to it for sure. So instrumental solid, definitely structure. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics. Ghost of Tomorrow, Look Out the Window. So this is the original project cover from Ghost's last project. So I still am a fan of this cover. I just would have liked to see the title switch up. And then you could call it whatever you call the project. So yeah, Look Out the Window, it's all digital. Yeah, so that's what I would do is get some continuity in there and make them almost partners. Because I think the aesthetic works so good for your sound, and I really like this choice a lot. Really, really like this choice a lot for sure. But yeah, a 10-track project is fucking crazy. Yeah, we definitely need to dive into this on the show. So yeah, aesthetics definitely nailed it. Overall theme. I mean, life in space. Like, it has that vaporwave kind of feel to it for sure. But it also puts you in like the future a little bit. So like it's like a mix of like nostalgia and like future kind of feeling. Like it's a very specific kind of feel that you get from Ghost music. Like you could tell that Ghost spends a lot of time crafting their tracks for sure. In a good way, definitely. Like you can tell, and tracks like that really show it, to be honest with you. So the overall theme definitely connects to the rest of the tracks, right? I mean, look out the window, into the sky, life in space, Lightspeed, Space Cowboy. You know what I mean? So there's a couple of like really good titles that relate here. So I think Ghost did a really good job when it comes to actually bringing out a theme here for sure. I think Ghost did a really, really good job, definitely. And I hope we get to hear a lot more of these songs from the project on the show because, damn, 7-minute fucking banger on here in the middle of 10 other tracks? You are crazy, my friend. Let's go. Impressive and well done. And thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Make sure you go follow Ghost Candy on SoundCloud. They are approaching 90 followers over there on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Ghost Candy on Twitter. They're approaching literally 30. They are 9 away, my friends. 9 followers away. Make sure you go show Ghost some love on the Bird app. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 200 Subaroonies, so make sure you go show the channel some love. Make sure you go show all these artists some love, man, and help us hit 200 subscribers, man. We're less than 10 away. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, whole lot of good stuff's available on the main channel, man. So let's get it, baby. And with that said, chat, that does it for Music Mondays episode 132. I actually went way over the time limit this week, but we actually had a decent amount of viewers all night. So without you guys, you know, shit, they're what the fuck, you know what I mean? So huge shout out to the Music Mondays late night crew, my friends. But let's say some goodbyes. Let's talk about this week. Let's talk about next week, and let's see what's going on. So with that said, huge shout out to everybody that came through and showed love tonight in the motherfucking Twitch chat. Goddamn, huge shout out to Ghost Candy, man. Huge shout out to King Mark. Huge shout out to Oathkeeper. Huge shout out to Gone After August. Huge shout out to Oathkeeper for Oathkeeper for fucking coming through with the fucking gifted sub out of nowhere, man. Like, what the fuck? Huge shout out to Oathkeeper, bro. You did not have to do that. Thank you for the support. We are literally 6 out of 10 now for our community sub goal. So let's fucking get it, baby. And again, huge shout out to anybody else that lurked and chilled. Huge shout out to Bromo as well. I saw you there in the chat. But yeah, thank you guys for just chilling, hanging out. Even if you just lurked and didn't say anything, I appreciate it. Yeah, so submissions open every Tuesday. Submissions will be open tomorrow afternoon if you're watching this live. Submissions are already open if you're watching this on YouTube. So check our socials at All Music Mondays. Yeah, exclusives. We are still on the hunt for some SoundCloud exclusives. We're still on the hunt for some YouTube visuals and whatnot. Music Mondays is still recruiting. Expect your weekly content to be continued this week. SoundCloud Sunday submissions open this Wednesday. Submissions for the podcast open tomorrow. New article on Friday. Expect this podcast on all audio platforms on Thursday. Expect it on YouTube this Saturday. And you guys know the drill, man. We have a couple surprises that I can't really leak right now. But expect a lot of cool announcements this week from us and the Music Mondays team. But with that said, make sure you follow All Music Mondays on Twitter, Instagram, Threads, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, literally anywhere that you can fucking find us, we're there. So go show us some love. You can stream all the Music Mondays podcast episodes at anchor.fm/allmusicmondays. Huge shout out to Ghost Candy. Thank you so much for fucking tuning in, showing love, staying through the whole stream. Let's fucking get it, baby. I'll definitely send them all in. Awesome episode. Appreciate you, my friend. Let's fucking get it, man. It was a great episode tonight. Tonight was definitely fucking packed. We love to see that, baby. But again, huge shout out to all the artists that came through, showed love tonight. Huge shout out to Waz, TDG, Mac 2 times, Braden, Laveries, Filter, Flux, Offspring, Jordan Andrew, King Mark, Aras, Zeph, Bloodcat, Lil Teflon, Oathkeeper, Lil Caesar, Troy Van Dusen, Ghost Candy, and TZ. Feel free to submit next week, man. Again, I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming through, showing love, and all that good stuff, man. You guys are amazing. Episode 132. Or no, I'm sorry, episode 133 33 of the Music Mondays podcast will be live next Monday. It'll be our first August episode, so get excited, get ready, be there or be square. I stream like 6 days a week, so you guys can find me here any other day of the week, but tonight was episode 132 of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Zomslays. I'll be live next week with episode 133. Make sure you follow All Music Mondays on all socials. And stay tuned for a lot more really, really awesome shit, man. I love you guys. I love the underground. We'll always have your back. Be safe. I love you. Take care. And we'll see you in the next one.